Well, hello everybody. Once again, there's been some changes to stream. I updated this thing because I thought that this looked better than what it was. It's not perfect, but I like it better than just like the bubbles showing up, so I thought that was neat. But hello, welcome on in everybody. Mowgli, thanks for showing up for the punchline. Waps, GG's on first once again. Appreciate you being here. I'm gonna be honest, I haven't played Bzzzt really since GDQ. Like, we did our run on GDQ and it's like, cool, I did the thing. Because actually, like, here's the weird thing. I cannot put this game down, like, at all. For, like, weeks, dude. It was like, I got the game, and this is gonna sound weird because the dev added this thing where if I click out of the game, it freezes, which I don't love. But I adjusted the frame and then forgot to move the game up with the frame. And so I see it, and I hope you didn't, but you know. Ugh. Stuff, hold on. Everything's weird for a second. All to move that up like 3 little tiny things. And I like it better. Okay. But yeah, it's like I literally like I beat the game and then like I was just like non-stop playing. I was like, I want the achievements, I want this, I want that, and then I was like, we're gonna speed run it, and I was like, it was like the only thing I'd play on my Steam Deck for like weeks, and then we started streaming it, and I kind of was like, I only really want to play it like once a week, so I really only started playing it like once a week, and then once we got like closer to GDQ, I was like, oh shoot. And then I started playing it a lot again. And then I kind of started like burning out on it again. Like the week up to GDQ. Like, cause like, when I was like on my first week of like leave, it was like, all right, I was playing a lot. It's like, all right, we're like on leave, GDQ soon, gotta get up. And then like played it like a few times a day, like a run or two. Like I used to do like 5, 6, 7 runs like back to back. I'm like, all right, you know, and that's like 3 hours, you know, that's like, you know, 20 minutes, like plus like a little bit of a break in between, so you like even out like 30. And it's like, okay, 30 minutes, I'm like that's 2 runs an hour, you know, so it's like I would do 6 runs, that's like 3 hours of just playing this game nonstop. So that's like how I have 130. But yeah, like we hit the goal of like GDQ, and like we played a good amount, you know, we did like our practice runs in the practice rooms and stuff, got used to the tech. But like even that wasn't like for PBs, like even when GDQ happened, I hadn't done a PB run or a timed run. I don't know why the mic stopped working. For closed captioning. But it was like, yeah, it was wild. And then like after we like made that achievement, it was like, all right, I guess we're done, you know. So it's gonna freak out because I clicked in and out. Yeah, like caption just gave up, like literally. It's like on, but it's like can't tell what's going on. Strange. What if I do like this real quick and do like a save? And then do this real quick. And then do a save. Oh, there we go. And then, so I don't know. It's been weeks, but like we haven't done a PB run that was actually timed in like 5 weeks or something. So this is going to be interesting. Kind of my goal with this game is to see how the stream goes. And like if I'm enjoying the game still and we're like having a good time. And we're not horrible at this game, we'll keep streaming and going for it. I think like my overall goal, like our goal for a long time was to get a world record, but as we've gone closer to world record, the world record has gone further away. So like generally I do think I want to get under sub 19. I think that's very possible for me. And I think I'll be like happy with that, because like right now we're like 5th, and like at one point we got like 3rd, and now we're 5th. So it's like we were fighting for 1st for a while, and now we're 5th. So it's like I think like sub 19 puts us back near that. Current world record is owned by Sharp, who's sub 18. It's like a 1753 or something. And like you see like best possible time like above me, like our best possible time is sub 17. And like we did some quick math, we did some girl math in the Discord, and it was like, if we took everybody's world records in ILs, it was like 12 minutes or something, and then you put like the RTA stuff of like skipping cutscenes, the in-between levels, it added like 3 minutes, and it's like, honestly, like sub 16 might actually be possible. So it's like, that's kind of where we're at as like a community, is like, we think we will honestly see sub 16 at some point. So that's gonna be interesting for sure, you know. But right now we are going for PBs, you know. We'll do a little bit of derusting. If you guys have like questions, comments, concerns about like, hey, what's changed, what was like weird with GDQ, what was good about it, I'll like talk a little bit about that, of like some of the weirdness. I know it's like kind of been the main topic of stream, like it's been the main topic for stream. It's like I've had 2 streams. It was literally Sunday and then today. But you know, it's like in the forefront of my mind, and it's in the subconscious of my mind, as I dreamt about I started having stress dreams about GDQ last night, and Delia was like laughing at me as I was telling her about it when I like woke up, and we talked for a bit before she went to bed, because it's like GDQ was weeks ago, and I'm now, wow, I can hit that jump fine. The jump that was like killing me early on, that was let me tell you, dying like stage, was that stage 6, like back to back on it, like happens, it happens during runs. It's not, it wasn't like, oh wow, this has never happened. It was just like, wow, like we just started running this, I'm already taking deaths on like a pretty simple trick. Like this is gonna be crazy. So it was like, yeah, right, it was just like, why did I lose 7 seconds? There's something wrong with this. There has to be something wrong with that split. There's no way I lost 7 seconds there. Unless there's, no, I don't even know why. That's weird. I don't know what's going on with these splits. We might have to destroy them. Yeah, it's like, I think the ones that you can see was like, that one was, ooh, that one was like kind of okay, honestly, those deaths, because it was like early on, we kind of had like we sort of had like a script in a sense, right? Like we kind of all knew exactly what we were gonna say for like, because like if you listen to like that, to like, if I was rewatching the stream and like, you know, I got a few moments of like, hey, let's make sure we hit the Star Wars incentive, because like I know like Kara has been like, holy shit, he's been talking for like 5 minutes straight, and I like, because I told Kara like before, you know, I like sent her all my notes, and I was like, hey, there's gonna be like 2 moments, and Kara was like awesome, like she watched my submission videos, which are on list on YouTube. I'll probably list those on YouTube now that we've been accepted. I kind of want to like, I don't know, they kind of are personal to be honest. I kind of like went crazy on them. I just like, Kara was like, oh, so great, you talked like we really got to know you as a runner during your like submission videos. It was so cool. And I was like, yeah, I don't know, I just like fill in space. But like during my submission, I only had planned, I had planned on us talking for everything except 2 moments. Like I was like, we're gonna talk through everything. And so it was like, and there was stuff to talk about, you know, there's like stuff that we missed or didn't talk about, but it was like, which is fine, you know, it like ended up being really good, you know, like there's really no, there's like a few moments of like a little bit of blank space or repetition or whatever from like, you know, nerves or like runner brain, whatever we want to call it. But yeah, it was like, honestly, so like taking deaths early on was like kind of worrisome, you know, but also it was like not the worst time to take those deaths. Because like one, we got to like immediately like it was fresh in our mind that we were counting deaths, so we got to like get into that right away, you know. It wasn't like, oh crap, we forgot halfway through that we were gonna count deaths, you know. And then it was also just like, you know, we recovered. I really did, like, that was like improv. I improv'd a bit, you know, for sure. And that was like improv at the last minute of like, all right, I'm gonna do a backup strategy here, which it wasn't like really a backup strategy per se. It was just like, I don't know what we're doing here, man, you know what I mean? It was like, all right, But you know, it was like it didn't really slow me down too much. And then Goldilocks, that was like the one that like was really killer. Like we're taking worse deaths here. Like we got that first try. And one of the things that was really cool, and it unfortunately only happened the first time. But if you get, wow, we watched this happen in practice. But if you watch, one of the cool things that GDQ added recently, right when they added Velocity, their like little mascot guy, is jumping there was actually more dangerous the second time. They like do cool little things with the timer throughout, where like when you do time, like he runs through the finish line and stuff. But if you also notice during the stream, he'll do stuff like it was actually really funny. And it's like it's all based off like who's on tech and producing at the time. Like when they, oh god, like it clearly we need to de-rust a lot. On like when I was really happy that we got this one first try. But yeah, that like first try on the dash level, they changed it to say like first try with like velocity like winking, I think, which is pretty rad. So it's like cool to have that. Unfortunately, we hit like a few other things first try, and I like they only did it the first time. But it was really cool to see. It was like, wow, they're like listening, and like, you know, it felt like, you know, that was like an unrehearsed thing, but you know, it's just like such a speed run thing that's like they have it built in. So that was like really cool. I think, yeah, the Goldilocks deaths kind of were like, they kind of, I was like trying to explain something and then like kind of was like, took a death, thought we were good, and then took a death again. And I was like, what was I saying? Where are we? Like, you know, this section was like funny because I appreciate, like, I think you guys and like the few people in the crowd like cheered for like the worst, like we were like, we're gonna go backup strat right off the bat, it's more consistent, and then like backup strat like betrayed me and did not work, and I was like, what the heck? And then it was like, all right, we're going for this hard trick, and we skipped half the level. But like if you actually notice, like we were real slow, which like I talked about, and like it was still over. It's like, yeah, we did this skip, and it's like, yeah, we did the skip, it just wasn't worth it. But you know, it's still, I think like going for the skip and just getting the skip in general is kind of like part of it, because like at the end of the day, it's more of a showcase than like a speed run in a weird sense, you know. But yeah, it was like, really, it was like, I was like, all right, the only time that Kara's gonna be able to talk during this is gonna be like this level, which we ended up talking through half of anyways, because we were like, we got to fill in other stuff, and then the shooter level. But we got like, I think we got like a good rhythm in there. Mostly there was one moment, and like people have said it in the past, but you know, and I had like that moment where it's like the next level we got like 2 skips to describe, but Kara's like, oh, can we like do donations? I was like, you know what, I'm not gonna say no, we can figure it out after that. And it was also like during Tarantula, I was like, we have an opportunity to read more, but I was like, depending on like how long it takes to find a donation or how long the donation is, it could like really throw it off. So like that's when like I threw in the joke that like I originally had planned to say in the opener, and then it was like and then we were able to like describe, and like that was like a really nice transition. That was like one of the things I was more proud about, was like that was like one of those moments where I was like, probably like shouldn't do more right now. So I was like, okay, we found like a natural rhythm together, which was like really nice. And then it was like, even with the rhythm, it was like we were able to adapt accordingly, which was really good. This level was good too, with like jokes and stuff, and like even though we didn't get the skip, like it still was enjoyable, you know. Like we're not gonna get the skip this time either. Ooh, we almost didn't get the okay, I'm scary. But you know, it was good. But yeah, my dream was weird last night. It was like I had a dream, oh god, I didn't dash reset there. That's awful. We're just gonna die. But I had a dream that I had forgotten that I actually had 2 games submitted for GDQ, and so we had spent all the time like preparing. Not that like I forgot, like I knew, but I was more worried about my like first stream on GDQ, like rightfully so. So then it was like I had a second one, and we didn't like actually practice for it because we spent too much time like preparing for Bzzzt, and then like I'd only told everybody about Bzzzt and forgot to tell them about the second one. So then like the second one, like nobody showed up for, and it was like, and my mom was at GD. Oh god, what was I doing? That was just dumb. And it was like it was weird. So I was like having like weird anxiety dreams about like forgetting the second run I had. I think it's like partially like it's been on my mind of like wow, that was wild. He shot at me and we like barely dodged that. That was insane. So that was like, I don't know what's going on subconsciously. I think like dreams, I think dreams have meaning in the like this sense, not like, oh, they're gonna tell the future, but I do think that they do like offer like a view into your subconscious. So I think like some dream interpretation's valid, right? I think it's definitely interesting that like us as a group of humans share certain weird dreams. Like our teeth falling out is like a sign that like you're losing control, right? And so it's like, that's like a really common dream. And it's like, none of us have had our teeth fall out. We don't see it on TV, you know? So it's like, why are we connected as humans in that like fear or like weirdness? You know what I mean? Like, that's a strange thing to think about. There's like you know, we can talk about like, are we on the Matrix or something? Like, who knows? Hopefully I have the right patch, and I don't know what I'm doing, actually. I lost a jump. I'm gonna speak for yourself with your good dental hygiene. But it's like, I don't know. It's like weird. Right? Like, oh god, I don't know what I was doing there, but this is the right patch. What's the other? There's like weird dreams that people had. Right? No, for sure it's weird, right? It's like, oh yeah, global conscious, right? There's like things where it's like, why like, I really liked early Assassin's Creed, right? And then I hated 3 fucked it up. 3 fucked up Assassin's Creed for me forever, because I really like the Desmond arc, right? And the whole premise of Assassin's Creed, for those of you who haven't played, is actually fascinating, right? Because it's this idea that there is actually somewhere, somehow, in our DNA, our memories, right? Because like, how the fuck does a bird, wow, I got like weirdly aggressive in that, but like, how does a bird know how to fly, right? A bird is like blind when it's born, and it doesn't really like watch its mom fly. It doesn't like go around town, you know? Like babies like watch us walk and do shit, and then they just mirror. Like, that's like human nature first is mirroring stuff, right? And so it's like, oh shit, I'm on the button. So it's like, birds though aren't mirroring, and like moms just like know, we say they know, I'm sure plenty of birds like die, you know, from like, just like being pushed out of the nest, really. Like moms know like when a baby's ready to fly, and they're like, all right, you're strong enough, you're ready enough, and they like push them out of the nest, and then like birds just fly. And so the whole idea with like Assassin's Creed is like, how are birds able to fly? And it's because like it's been passed down in genetic memory, and there's this idea of genetic memory. And so the company that's like doing Assassin's Creed has like created a technology that I need to get new meds for my tummy. Is like, they've unlocked the ability to like view genetic memory, so they get people who are related to this Assassin's Creed, right? This assassination, this like Assassin's Guild, and they like are able to like pull and live those memories again because they're all saved in our DNA. And it's like, that's fascinating, right? Because it's like, I don't think we actually really understand like Like, we get that birds can do this, right? It's like that whole thing, like we understand the science behind, like, why our fingers, like, shrivel up in the water, right? And it's because there's a membrane, right? And, like, the natural water is, like, pulled out. But it's like, why is our body, like, why do we do that? Like, sure, we get why it happens, but, like, why did we evolve into the sense in where that happens, right? And, like, one of the leading, like, theories is, like, to help our underwater grip. But it's like, right, so it's like, I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, dude, like, so it's like, I really don't know what I'm doing. I'm like, because the answers do this, drop. No, what's the solution? I just did this level. Oh yeah, it's 3, then 2. There we go. That was ridiculous. But yeah, so it's like, right, is it in our genetic? There's actually a thing too about, like, why Uncanny Valley exists, because that's like that's a feeling that we as humans, like, share. And, like, one of the, like, theories and why we share Uncanny Valley, right, is, like, why do things that are human, like, freak us out? And, like, there's a theory that, like, at some point, something that was human-like ended up, like, doing something very traumatic to humans. And so, like, that is why we have this natural evolution. Because, like, there is an actual fear response that's, like, been connected with Uncanny Valley. It's not just like, ooh, that creeps me out. It's like there is a, like, metaphysical thing that happens. Like, when... Wow, I don't know if I've died that way before. And, like, that's fascinating, right? So it's like, where... How can we all be afraid of the same thing from, like, different religions, different... Like, this has been a thing that has been, like, viewed across multiple cultures and countries, and, you know, it's like... What? And it's, like, wild, right? Like, how... Why... Right, and so then it, like, brings up that question again, like, is there a genetic memory, you know, and is that within it, you know, that, like, somewhere in our human evolution, where did that happen, right? And that's, like, wild. There's also, like, I don't know, we talk about, the Mythbusters did, a myth on subliminal messaging, in, like, the sense of, like, what we think about it as, of, like, the original subliminal messaging, which was, like, when you're watching TV, they would, like, have, like, a secret sound, like, be whispered, and, like, it'd alter your thoughts. And there's, like, they couldn't prove it in any way, and there's, like, no concrete evidence. Like there's evidence that, like, possibly that technology existed, but not that it worked, you know? That makes sense. But there's, like, one of the things that was, like, always brought up with, like, global consciousness is that back when Edison was making the light bulb, there was a guy in France who, I don't think it was Tesla, but he made the exact same light bulb. Like, picture, like, line for line, it was just a light bulb, you know? But he filed for a patent with, like, the, like, global science community or whatever at the time, because patents have been around forever, which is wild. And was like, hey, and they're like, oh no, you're like 2 weeks late, Edison already, like, sent this. So it's like, how did two people who had no contact, they were like 3-4 degrees away from each other when it came to, like, social groups, how did they create the exact same thing? And, like, that one, I don't think is necessarily, like, oh, like, greater connection, really. That one, it just feels like they had the same problem and access to, like, the same technology, in a sense. Because it's like, right, both of those were catalyzed by a black inventor, actually, who created the actual, like, arc spark. The, like, actual, like, light emitting diode that's found in, like, those traditional light bulbs. And so it's like, right, they both had access to know that that had been, like, around. And my god, That's bad. That's bad. There we go. My God. So it's like, right, like maybe, right? But it's still like, that's crazy. It's like, how did two people with no connection end up inventing like the exact same thing weeks apart from each other? Like, it's not, and that's like one of the things that people have issues with, that's like crazy with like copyright actually, is that shit happens, man. Like, you have a good idea and you like try and create it, and then you find out that somebody's already created, and you're like, well, I didn't copy from them, so as a copyright, it's like, dude, unfortunately, it's like, that guy got there first, you know, so they win the race. And then if they have like the rights on it, they have the rights on it, whether or not you purposely or intentionally or even knew about it. Like, unfortunately, you're still at fault, which is like wild. You know, there's like things that I think connect us as human. I think like now's kind of crazier, right? I think like it was wilder back in the day, but it's like, it's really like, there's tons of stuff where it's like, oh, how could this happen? Or like, why is this happening? And like, you usually nowadays can like find the like internet trend that like encouraged whatever it is that you think happened or is happening. But I don't know. This is like what's on my mind right now. I am still jet lag. Ah, shit. This is bad. I was spacing out, kind of. This is not gonna be a good time. But yeah, it's like, so it's like I got back, and like, I had like a red eye across the ocean. And, you know, like I like left at like 10 and then landed at like 10, you know, which isn't actually horrible, because it's like, right, stay up for a little bit, fall asleep, you get in, it's like, you know, it like getting up at like 10 or like 9:30 or whatever, like that's pretty reasonable. Unfortunately, like the baby that was on that wasn't just like a wham wham baby, it was like a scream bloody murder until like I go horse baby. So that was like uncomfortable, and like that's not just like, wow, this thing's like really loud. It's also like, this is uncomfortable for like 1,000 reasons. Like, your baby is kind of terrifying right now. And, you know what? 2201, that's about what we got at GDQ. That's like not a horrible, like, first time to run in like minus GDQ. I mean, GDQ, we did all kinds of dumb shit and I did better, which is like wild. But you know, we'll lean back, we'll relax a little bit for this next run. We'll go anti-gamer position, we'll go full relaxed and see how it goes. Actually, I want to look at that one. Which one was it that said that like is arguing that like, oh, it's a double jump upgrade? No, it says 20 seconds between them. That feels right. Like, right? Oh, look, Bzzzt is officially on here. Oh, this is the one that must have the, interesting. That must have the Chinese translation on it. I haven't even checked. Let's see what languages are available. Is that Czech? I don't know. That's Polish? Portuguese, Brazilian, French, Italian, Spanish. Svenska. I don't know that one. German. Turkey. Japanese. Chinese. Neat. Yeah, we'll stick with English. What was I? Oh yeah, I did want to check something real quick. I added something. Okay. That's good to know. One of the things that you can do is you can add like block terms in Twitch, and then it'll actually like, you won't necessarily know during stream, but you will know like later. You can check on like how many hits you got on those. So like I had no idea, but like I put in like all the cheap viewer stuff and like I forget there's like a word for the like symbols that look like words. You know what I mean? That look like letters for that language. It's a general term for that. And we're restarting because I wasn't holding. Oh jeez, we're going to finish my jet lag story. Oh wow, we're restart. Ugh. His anti-gamer position's too cozy. But yeah, like those bots that like hack people's account and then just try and like get people with new links should be like, cheap viewer. We're not starting behind. So like I actually got a few hits on those and like I'm glad that's working, you know. Like whenever I get one of those guys, usually I copy whatever they write and just add it to like the banned list. And then it's like, well, you got through somehow. And then because, you know, they're all using the same AI and the same like scripts, you know, to try and get through regular shit. And it's like, nah. Did we jump a lot there? Did that like slow us down? I know I got caught weirdly here. There's like weird things when it comes to like time saves. Because like in SMB, there's like the bus, which like gets you on like the right frame and stuff. But on like one of the other things is like there's like pixel jumps that like corner jumps that, like make you go faster. But like here, if you catch a corner, it slows you down. There's a really annoying thing in SMW that is like wall glue, which I don't really understand it. But like if you're too close to a wall while like jumping, it'll actually like try and like keep you to that. And especially like the like pencils that like come up and down because they've been like messing me up with some of the quickie stuff. Right now, I think we're gonna do some more Bzzzt streams for sure. I definitely gotta like do some practice if we're gonna reach our goal. But I do want to do like few joke runs of Duck Simulator 2. It's like a 10-minute run. I want to do like the like normal one. I want to do why? Yeah, I don't think that's right. I think we're gonna add the 6 seconds to that. I think somehow that like got screwed up. Or we're comparing against the wrong thing, because I think that's what's happening actually. Because I want to be comparing against PB. I think that's comparing against PB. Maybe. I don't know, it's a lot of green, which seems good. Not sure what we're comparing against. Let's say PB. Because that'd be great. Because I think actually before it was comparing against best possible, which there might be some issues with that, with how I originally put it in. That was weird. I don't know why I jumped like that. Oh yeah, but my jet lag, right? So it's like, I was kind of doing okay, like my first couple days. Because like I got back on like a Tuesday, and then I had to be back to work a little later than Friday, but then I was requested to come in on Thursday. So I ended up going back to Thursday. So like I got back Tuesday, flew out Monday, and then like Tuesday, right, I got home pretty late and I was like exhausted. I'm like, I'm gonna shower. I hung out for a little bit and then like went to bed. So I probably went to bed at like midnight, but it was like 4 a.m. I was like up and like I could not go back to sleep, and I was like, what the heck? So then like Wednesday, I was like up most of the day, you know, and then oh jeez, I ended up going to bed like super early, or like early-ish, you know. And we're lucky that we got through this boss fight, because I was like not doing this well. And I made it through like Thursday okay. Actually, like I like made it to like, I want to say like 8 or 9, and then was like, all right, let's go to bed. And then once again, I was up at like 3, or I was like up at 3, and I was like kind of upset. So like I went back to sleep, and like 3:45, and my body was like, nah, man, you're getting up. Like, why? And then So then I was like up at 3:45 for Friday, and Friday I was like trying to stay up, and like I like left work pretty early, and like 2 p.m. I was like, ow. And so, and then I slept until, and like I knew I was gonna go to sleep because I was like, all right, let's take a nap, you know. Oh God. You know, it's like it's like, okay, I'm not comparing it. I have no idea what I'm comparing against because like our current pace. Oh God, I didn't coyote properly. But I like set an alarm for like 2 hours or something. And then, yeah, I don't know what we're comparing against. I'll adjust it again. I end up like 2 hours went by and it's like, I can't get up. I'm too tired. So then I slept another 3 hours for 5 hours and it was like 7 p.m. and it's like, all right, let's get up. And I think I got up. No, I don't think I did. Friday? No, I didn't. Yeah. I said, screw it. You know, I was like, let's just move to bed. Let's just like call it quits, you know? And I like tried to like sleep through the night and ended up, oh, I thought that was so good. That's right. This is against PB. I wonder what the other one was. It was a lot of green. I kind of liked it. I think that's the sum of all. So I'm above like my average pace out of like 150 runs or whatever. 158 runs, but that doesn't matter. So then, you know, I moved to bed or whatever and like decided, you know what, let's just try and like sleep through the night. But it's like, I mind you, I went to bed at like 2 p.m., maybe like 3 p.m. So I ended up like waking up at like 2 a.m. because my body's like, dude, you've slept 12 hours. Like, time to get up. And like, cannot go back to sleep. So then it was like Saturday. And it's like, all right, let's make it through the day. And then I like did the same thing. I like set an alarm for like 2 p.m. Like, I went to like 2 p.m. I was like exhausted. And I was like, you know what, let's set an alarm. I was like, but last time I was like, I set an alarm and slept on my bed. This time we're gonna sleep on the couch, which is gonna like encourage me to get up. And so I set my alarm, slept on the couch, and like my hour and a half went by or whatever, which is usually like, I'm on like a good 45-minute sleep cycle. So like an hour and a half is like 2 good sleep cycles for me, you know, and like usually I get up okay. Yeah, no, I like hit that second, like I hit that alarm and oh my God, that was terrifying. And I was like, I don't have the energy, I can't like get myself up. So I was like, screw it, go back to sleep. Slept another 3 hours on the couch. And then it was like, all right, well, now it's like 7:30, almost 8. I'm like, do I get up? And then I'm like, I run off 5-hour nap. Like I can run all night on a 5-hour nap. So then why I get sleepy at 7 a.m.? Like that doesn't sound good. I was like, you know what? Let's commit. Let's commit. We're going to sleep through the night. Let's just go to bed. So I like got ready for bed and, I saw the timer doing weird stuff. And yeah, nope, same thing, 2 a.m. Woke up and then was like, all right, here we go again. Oh, that was close. Oh, come on. Oh. Wow, what the heck is going on? Wow. Bad death. We were actually like Like, we probably could have made up that, like, 8 seconds and probably some other time. But... oh, man, now we're losing it. Took, like, 1 death, and then it's like... time to panic. We'll call this another de-rusting run, and then after this, like, if we take any hits that are, like, 20 seconds. Like, honestly, if we take any late deaths, it's just gonna have to be a reset. Just because that's what it is. Wendy, hello! Welcome back. I was told there would be... is this no reset run content? As of right now, we are in no reset. But I'm thinking probably we're gonna have to, like... I want to get a PB, so I think we're eventually gonna have to go into a little bit of reset. But right now we're in de-rusting. I haven't done an actual timed run with, like, no incentives or donations or anything. AK, I haven't done a timed run, like, minus GDQ. You can call it timed run in, like, 5 weeks. So, this is just kind of, like, see where we are. Our last run was 2 and some change over PB. This one was on pace for a PB up until like 2 levels ago. Like there was a chance, and then I started taking dumb deaths here. So we'll see what happens. We might do... God, that's so good. Like, we might do another... we'll call it like a de-rust run. Of like no resets, just to like get some more practice, and then I think we're gonna have to, because like I don't want to do practice, but we'll do ooh, that was tight. You know what I mean? Like, practice is like, yeah, right? Like just like doing the same level over and over and over and over again. Like, I don't know if it's necessarily the most interesting thing. I try and avoid it. We've made it interesting in the past because I've like, I don't know if you're familiar with my method, but I call it the coin method. I've talked about it a few times, so sorry for all those who are like, we're tired about hearing about your gosh dang coins, Piper. We get it. But back when I was trying to be a musician, my saxophone teacher at the time taught me this method, which is like you take like 5 coins or Hershey Kisses or whatever, and in ours was like, right, you're practicing like a really hard lick, right? And so you nice, dude, that was awesome. Oh my god, rainbows. So every time that you get it right, you move a coin from like the left of your music stand to the right, and then after you get one wrong, you move one from the right to the left if possible. And the goal is to like it's a little bit more rewarding than being like, one, it's like rewarding in the sense that it's visual and you can see it, and it's like you're, oh, I thought I was just out of range of that. In the sense that it's like, you don't have to do 5 in a row, because like, you know what like really kills you is like when you're like, I'm doing 5 in a row, and you get 4 in a row and then have to reset back to 1. So if you get like 4 in a row and you lose, now you only have to do 2 in a row to like finish and like reach your goal. And overall, like, it's not like perfect. It's not like you do the coins and you're going to be, you know, doing this perfect every time. But if you can do it, yeah, a good visual progress marker, right? But if you can do it, it definitely improves consistency. So if you guys are interested in like actually learning more about that and like seeing that a little bit more visually, or like that, I'm currently practicing. So I'm speedrunning this. We're gonna do a Duck Simulator 2 run probably like in a week or 2. We're gonna do auto click and then a normal. So we're gonna do 2 categories of that. So we're gonna learn that speedrun just because I think it's silly and I want to have a record on it. If you guys haven't seen Duck Simulator, it is a It's a mixture of like those old Flash games. Actually, I think it was a Flash game that got ported to Steam. If you guys are interested in watching Flash games before Adobe Flash died, make sure that you check out that stream on my VOD page. Because that's how I came back to streaming back in like 2022. Was with like or 2021. Was with the death of Adobe. So I actually did a 12-hour stream the day before Flash died, just playing all the Flash games that we all grew up and loved. But Duck Simulator is like this really silly like flashlight clicker game where you gotta like click a duck a bunch and like buy upgrades on it. But then it turns into like GoldenEye sim / Minecraft sim / Undertale sim afterwards. So it's properly ridiculous. And like world record right now, and like the auto clicks I think like 10 minutes and the not auto clicks like 13 minutes or something. So I'm like, it'll take us like maybe an hour to learn it, and then we do like an hour or two of like runs, and then we get a time up there just for fun. We just do like a one-off speedrun stream. We've done that before in the past, or we've done like a few things like that. We had like I think we did like 2 or 3 streams like learning Magikarp % on the N64's Pokemon Snap. We did that on OG hardware too, which was pretty cool. That was really lucky. So we have like stuff like that. We did a few streams. We did actually a really good stream explaining like how glitch hunting and memory reading is done. Unfortunately, most of that stream's gone. I did some highlights of it still on the SNES for Jeopardy. So we actually did dual runs of that, which was fun. So we were doing 2 categories at the same time. Like literally while like we were glitch hunting, we were running the game, and then also doing 2 categories at the same time. It was pretty wild, but that's a good time. So we'll like do that. But the other thing I'm learning how to speedrun is Kaizo Mario, specifically Quickie World 2. I've been playing a lot of Kaizo for years now. I've slowly like tried to elevate, and so like one of the ways I was doing practice was doing single through plays of levels, and so I upload that to Instagram. Yeah, a little bit of manichism for sure. I have not tried Pokemon Kaizo. I am aware of it. I don't know if I have the patience for it, to be honest, because it didn't seem as cool as like SFW. I just don't have like a lot of patience for turn-based, so even like when you make it harder or crazier, I'm still like still kind of like a lot of waiting around and like craziness, you know? Yeah. No, well, no, that's a different thing. That is sort of in the realm of Kaizo, like Emerald Kaizo has to be. Yeah, Fire Red, Leaf Green, yeah. There's like the ROM hacks of all the rearranged and like harder stuff, and I'm like, I'm not feeling it, you know? But yeah, so we've been running Quickie World 2, which if you guys like are interested in Kaizo, Quickie World is like one of those ROM hacks that's definitely like worth going for and trying. Like, and then you can do like Learn to Kaizo, and you can do Baby Kaizo if you really want. Man, oh man. Come on, swag. There we go. But yeah, so to do that, how I've been doing practice is I've been doing the coin method, and I've been recording those. And so every Wednesday, we will be doing the coin method on every level of Quickie World 2 for any percent. We might do it 100%, honestly, for that. Or in all exits, because I don't want to do in all secrets. Scott B! Hello, my friend. Lovely to see you. How are things? But yeah, if you guys are interested in like learning more about like the coin method or seeing it, or Kaizo Mario, or like how like practice for Kaizo like speedruns look like, definitely check me out on YouTube at the Pied Piper. Jesus Christ, the Pied Piper shorts. That stresses me out every time. We get it like every time now, and it just stresses me the heck out. So nice, we saved 5 seconds on that. There's definitely time to be saved. But yeah, at the Pied Piper Shorts on YouTube. But yeah, so that's like the general method. But yeah, it's like that's an hour of me just playing the same level over and over and over again. So like I hope you guys find enjoyment in that. I kind of just like rant on endlessly, kind of like how I have been today. But yeah, I'm doing all right, Scott. Today was, what the heck? I didn't mean to push up, but apparently I did. Work was kind of crazy today in like the worst kind of way. So it's like started out like it's like first off, it's like today was, most of us got back from like extended time off from the holidays. Like Friday was like the first day that like everybody's back in office. It was like a Friday before a long weekend. So it's kind of just like a bullshit day. It was just like everybody's like, oh, we haven't seen you. How was the holidays? You know? And so the like work day, so like today was like the start of like real work again, like after like weeks of just like not. And just like people decided to play fuck games right off, like first thing in the morning. And like the not like the ha ha ha, I listened to this story of like this guy who like tried to get the manager but I is the manager. More like are people dead kind of way, which isn't like cool, and also like not totally kidding either, like not kidding at all actually. So it's like kind of a wild fucking morning. So you know, we're getting through the day. I'm still jet lagged as heck, you know. I've been back today officially marks a week back, and according to the internet, it takes you 10 days to officially have your body fully adjust to a new time zone. I think this is also true with daylight savings. So like after daylight savings, it takes about 10 days for your body to like adjust to the new time. So like I am still in like the wrong time zone. So no, I am not back stateside. I am back. I was stateside for about 3 weeks for the holidays. So I am back in Spain after 3 weeks back stateside where we did like GDQ and stuff. But yeah, Wendy, no, for sure. Like Kaizo's like one of those things. It's like, you know, there's definitely like there is like a masochism, right? Yeah, like, but like my thing with like Kaizo SMW feels like firm soft like masochism, right? In a sense where it's like, okay, I die a lot, you know, but like it feels like a skill issue. Speaking of my YouTube stuff. But when it comes, like, it feels like a skill issue and you die and you try again or whatever, right? But like when, like, Pokemon Kaizo feels more hopeless. Like, you gotta really, like there's like SMW Kaizo that you're like, maybe you hate yourself, but like, I don't know. I don't see it. I like play it. I remember Wept. I was in one of the Discords with like you and Meeks and somebody else, and we were just like hanging out. You guys were playing something, the other person was playing something, and I was like, yeah, no, I'm just gonna practice Kaizo. And so I'm just sitting there like practicing like a hard Kaizo hack that I hadn't played, first time playing. And they hopped on my we were all streaming into the Discord, right? And we're all like watching each other. And I wasn't having a bad time at all. And excuse me. And they like started watching, and they're like, dude, I'd like throw a controller against a wall like immediately. And I was like, oh, this doesn't bug me at all, man. Like, at all. So it was like, I don't know, it wasn't bad. Heads up, everybody, we are going to be doing an ad here in between these runs here. So we'll actually do that now, because it's going to happen in like 5 minutes. So we'll run an ad right now. But yeah, it's like, you know, like for me, it's like die. You know, you slowly get better, you figure it out. Like, Kaizo Pokemon is like, all right, I spent 30 minutes to lose this battle. Right? Like SMW deaths, firm soft deaths, they're like quick. You like die, you move the fuck on, you know? You're like, I died, I try again. I died, I tried again. I died, I try again. Kaizo Pokemon is like, I spent 30 minutes and I lost, or I did this grinding, or I couldn't grind, or like whatever it is. Like, I've seen people do it. I haven't taken like a deep dive into it, but I was like, dude, I can't do Nuzlocke. I don't find, like, they're kind of fun. Like, I find them kind of more interesting than just playing Pokemon, you know? Yeah, right? There's like less learning from your mistakes. It's just kind of like, this shit's hard, dude, you know? When he's diving deep into the grind culture, comparing it to music practice and even slime volleyball. They're challenging the Pied Piper with thoughts on Kaizo games. We want to let Scott be his Cozy Yamcha Snow Day. You gotta run up to a meeting. Good luck on the runs. Appreciate it, Wendy, if you can see this. Hopefully you can read this if you're in browser. This should be still semi-viewable. Appreciate it. Uh-oh. 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 Don't do the dumb thing. Okay, we're good. My controller like disconnected, and so the audio changes. It like wants to default that and it, like flips out. And don't forget the Pied Piper's tempting us with YouTube Marathon 100 subs. Thanks, Frosty Tools. Great summary. All right, we got like 2 minutes. Where's my recorder? I don't know where that thing is. I remember seeing it somewhere. I think I know where it is, actually. I think it's with all the narwhals. We got some narwhals with us. Delia crocheted this guy. He's pretty neat. Pretty cute. And then we got like this guy. I think I won this guy out of a... claw machine. I have 2 guys that I want to have claw machines. Because it's like, I'm pretty good at claw machines. Web, did you ever go to Old Chicago before it shut down? I think you can still hear me because you're subbed. I'm not gonna dox ourselves too much, but like I can tell you where it is. Oh yeah, yeah. So, right, Old Chicago was they were like a fake deep dish pizza restaurant in Colorado, and like it was like it had Applebee vibes, kind of. You know, it's like that boomer. Also, how's the volume? Is the game too quiet? Is it good? You know? Let me know, because I feel like it's a little quiet, but maybe it's good. I know where it is. They turned the hotel right next to it. They're into apartments. Okay, cool. Interesting. I stayed at that. No, I did. Did I? I feel like I might have stayed at that hotel like years ago, for something. Yeah, so they had, so like you would walk in and you had like the hostess stand, and then you had like your main booths. It was like all booths and like some tables, same area, and then you had like the sports bar area to the right, and then to the left they had the like game area. So we used to go there when I was a kid a lot. I don't really know why. Like, I don't know, maybe my mom's ADHD. We'd like hit a restaurant and we'd go there like 1,000 times in like 3 months and then never go there again. And so we used to go there, and we went there, and it was a really popular place to go for like sports events. So like either it was like somebody's birthday, or it was like we had just like won a little league tournament, something like that. There was a lot of kids there, and like I kind of knew them but didn't. And so they had like this huge claw machine. I'm talking like double wide single claw machine, right? And I actually had a math teacher in middle school, so this was probably around that time, who kind of taught me like some secrets to claw machines. And the like analogy that they used was like, right, statistics don't always apply, and like I look at the like claw machine before I even put $1 in, that way I don't lose it. And so like I like learned, you know, how to like go to the side and like kind of get down into it, and like, you know, and that was like a good claw machine. It wasn't rigged like half. Like there's a fuck ton of rigged claw machines. If you guys don't believe that machines are rigged, watch Mark Rober's video on YouTube about like him hacking and like making like cheating mechanisms for the games, and then like the cheating mechanisms like failing because like the system won't even let you win even when you cheat because it's set to make you lose. It's fucked. It's like honestly fucked. They're not games of skill. No matter how much you wish they were. They used to be. Here's the thing, they actually used to be, and then like in like the mid 90s, like a bunch of people caught on that like you could program better, right? And program these machines so it only like offer a win, or like your claw machine's only so strong and it will actually pull after so much money's gone in, to like ensure that you maximize profits. It's fucked. But yeah, old Chicago though, I ended up getting banned there from their like kids area because I gave, there was like probably 20 kids there, mind you, right? And I gave every kid like, I almost emptied that entire claw machine, and it's a big claw machine. I gave like every kid there a toy, and like management caught on, and they're like, dude, you like, because they were watching. I would like put in my 50 cents and get a like animal. So like for like 20 bucks, I got like 40 animals, and they're like, nah, no, dude, you're fucking done. Like you can't, you're done. And it's like, I'm being punished for winning. Don't worry, this is not the first time or the last time I would get banned. I got banned in Bahrain from their arcade too. So you guys, I don't know if you've seen it. There's a few arcade games that usually offer pretty damn good prizes. And they're like around, and so there's like 3 that I usually think of. They usually have pretty good prizes. One is, it's like, it looks like a nub, right? It's like, I don't know, it's like a little tiny castle, right? And then you have like a thing that's pointing the other way, and then you have to like move it to the right, and you can only hold it once, and you move it to the right, and then it stops, and it pushes forward and turns over, and then it has to push through that hole, right? And if it pushes through that hole, you win. And it's really hard to like view it because you can't make any adjustments, right? It's a one and stop. It like sometimes goes further than it normally does, right? Back into that programming. And then it's hard to see where it lines up because it has to do that rotation. So you're unable to properly view the like thing, like the silhouette, right? And that's like phones, wireless headphones, speakers, stuff like that. The other one that I think of is like the stack game. Usually that one has pretty good prizes because it has like the lower level, and then it's like, hey, you want to risk that lower level prize for a good one? So lower level will be like keychains, like bullshit, and then upper level is like phones again, right? And that's the one where like you start with like 4, and then like you have to like stack like a 4 stack, and then like if it goes off, it like falls, then you end up with like a 2 and then a 1 until you miss, and it gets faster each row. And like that one's pretty hard for a few reasons, because also I learned that after a certain level, it also just gets rid of your things, I think. I used to be like, oh, you get 4, and as long as you stack, and it's like, no, if you stack like 3 in a row at 4, it's like, no, fuck you, you only get 3 now. It's like, that's kind of unfair, honestly. And then the other one that I was pretty good at that ended up winning, and this is the one that you should only put money in if it's already been done. Like, don't put money, but it's the one where it's, you go right, and then you push forward, and you can only push each button once, and you have like scissors, and you gotta cut, like everything's hanging on a string. You have to cut the string, and you'll see these at like carnivals with giant like plushes, and you'll see it with like phones and Bluetooth speakers and stuff. Well, fun fact, any place that has like anything like that with like, especially if it's gonna be gravity driven, like phones or headphones, those boxes are empty. There's nothing in them. Which this happens, hi Delia, this happens for 2 reasons. One, the box is empty, so that way it doesn't have the gravity of that box pulling down that string help you and break early. The second reason is that they will only allow you to win expensive prizes if you're deemed not cheating. So how do they do that? So I won a phone, a $350 phone in 2015 from one of these machines. And what they don't want is for you to like break the machine or break into the machine and steal all these like $300-$400 phones, right? Because that's not good. So what do they do, right? So they have empty boxes. And so after I won, it only took me, I had gone up and I had seen that the string was already frayed. So somebody had already put like a lot of money in and had frayed it, and I was like, oh dude, I can win this 100%. And so I ended up putting in a couple I ended up putting in like $7 or something, and ended up hitting the string, and I hit the string 4 times in a row. So mind you, the string was already frayed, and I still had to, like, I successfully put the blade on the string like 4 times, and then it finally broke. And so I then got the box, and the box was empty. I was like, what the fuck? And on the box, or inside the box or something, they put a note that says, like, go talk to the desk. And so I went and talked to the desk, and I was like, hey, I won. And they're like, oh, we need your game card. So I gave them my game card, and my game card said that I did it in 7 tries. And they know that that's impossible. You cannot win that game in 7 tries. Like, if it is a brand new string, you cannot win in 7 tries. It will not cut. So they flagged me, right? They were like, there's no way you won. You had to have cheated, right? So before they gave me my phone, they then had to review the footage of me winning. So yes, and like, this is like pretty common practice at places that have expensive ones. Like, if you're getting like a fucking plushie, who gives a shit? And I will say that, like, if you are playing these cutting games, the big plushes are better because they weigh a lot. So they're going to pull on that string and create a stronger tension, which is going to be easier to cut. So that's like definitely worth it. So then they review the footage, and after reviewing the footage, they found out even though I only did it in 7 tries, I still won. And like, how was I able to do it in 7 tries when that's impossible? And it's because it was already frayed, right? Like, somebody had already put, like, you know, a shit ton of money, and they walked away. Like, all that they needed was to do it 4 more times, you know? So like, which was like whatever. It was like kind of expensive, honestly. I think it might have not been crazy. It might have been at the time. Might have been like half a BD, which is a Bahraini dinar, which is $2.65. It might have been a BD a try, so I might have spent like, you know, I did 7, so that would have been like around like probably right around $20, right? Maybe. So I might have spent like $20 on this thing. I might have been less, I'm not sure, but it was no more than $20. So I spent $20 and got a $300 phone, and which is a pretty good trade in my deal. But yeah, it was like wild to like learn that experience. And then they were like, well, congratulations. We are not refunding your game card. So fuck you on that, by the way. Because I still had like another $20 on my game card. But they're like, you can no longer win any prizes for like the rest of the year or something. They're like, we've taken down your info. You're on our prize list. You cannot win any more prizes. Like, I think it was like either for like the next couple of months or the year or something. And actually, the crazy thing is, I didn't notice. I was like, man, that's pretty fucked up. And then as I was leaving, it actually has that like listed all over the place. They're like, if you win a prize, like, you will not be like it was wild. And it was like, or it's like 1 prize per day, 3 prizes per, like there was all kinds of weird limits to it. But I was like, well, you know, they got to get their money, you know? So I have officially been banned from an arcade twice in my life. Sort of banned. And both times were because I'm too good at video games. So, you know, just hashtag humble brag. I don't even think it's humble. I'm just bragging, I think. But yeah, and like, here's the other thing. So like, here's the other time I didn't get banned, but we used to have a really shitty mall. Wow. We used to have a really shitty mall back home. I don't think it's better, actually. They just made it look nicer, but it's still like just as shitty in my opinion. I jumped, and that was supposed to be a double jump. All right, this will be the last no reset run of the night, and then we're doing resets until hopefully we PB. Actually, I did say well, shit. That's 20. We're resetting. I said maybe. We're going for PBs here. But our arcade, like our mall slowly, as most American malls, I feel like did, because they became less popular, slowly like turned into nothing, right? As like store after store closed, and like, you know, you had the last remnants of a few things, like our Dillard stayed open way too long, or Sears stayed open way too long. But like our mall started out where it's like, it was a pretty decent mall. It was like, I used to go on dates there in like middle school. We used to go and hang out at the mall. It was very 2000s vibe, you know? And then, you know, you just like walk around and like, but then it slowly started just like falling to disarray, and like more stores closed. And then it was like at one point, like once the food court went, it basically was like done. Because like they had like the weirdest thing. It was like the creepiest thing. So the food court closed, and they used to have like a nice-ish indoor like playground for the kiddos, and then they like tore it out because it was like disgusting. And they like went out to like Walmart and like to the outdoor section and bought like one of those like tree houses with a slide and just like put that in the middle of the mall. And that was like the kids' playground. And then like it was in the middle of the food court, but then they closed all the restaurants, so there was no food court. And so it was like this area, it was like a circular area with like 10 closed stores with no lights on except like the center light just shining on this like weird treehouse like slide thing. It was haunting to like go there because the whole mall was still open, even though only like 5 stores were open, the movie theater. And like all those stores were technically open because they weren't technically like part of the mall. Like the rest were part of the mall, and then like those 5 stores had like a deal where they were technically like renters only, where like they didn't owe the mall like anything. Like the rest had deals where like they had to like pay like certain profit margins or something to the mall. But like the movie theater and then like Sears and Dillard's and stuff, probably because they're like conglomerates, were able to like get away with like not doing that. But yeah, it was like weird to watch that place like turn into disarray. Like at one point, there was a store at the front of the mall, near like the closest movie theater entrance, which that was like the hot spot because that was like the only movie theater in town. So the movie theater stayed open for like ever, until they tore it down, and then they rebuilt it, and then they actually, I think they changed it because it used to be a Regal, and I don't know if it's still a Regal or if it's an AMC now. I think it's still a Regal movie theater. And so they ended up like so that was like the hotspot store, but like nobody could keep it. It's still a Regal, yeah. Which is like weird because like you don't see Regal anywhere anymore. But yeah, I remember like at one point it was like one of those, like, I don't know what they're really called, but their whole job is to like see if ads are doing well. So they would ask anybody. They would like, I was like 15 maybe 14 when that happened, like probably like 14 because I couldn't drive, so like my parents would drop me off at the mall for like like middle school still, so that's like 14, right? So I had to be like 12 to 14 or something, probably like 14ish because I was a teenager for sure. And they'd like drop you off at the mall, and there was like one of those stores that just like is trying to see how well like ads are doing. So they'd be like, hey kid, I'll give you $5 to watch these ads. And you're like, fucking $5 is $5, dude. So you'd like go and you'd watch like every trailer of like a movie that was coming out in like the next like year. They'd be like, what'd you think? Do you think you're gonna go see it? Like, dude, I don't know, I'm 14. I don't really get to choose what movies I go see. You know what I mean? Like, I guess, you know. And I remember like one of them, like this was when like Ice Age like 4 was coming out, maybe, or like 3, who knows. And so like that was like one of them, and you just spend like 15-20 minutes in like a room watching ads, and like a person would like come in who like, who knows what they were getting paid, like a commission or some shit. And yeah, it was an interesting time. And then like that store closed. Then it was like they did like a haunted house in that store for like Halloween, and then it became who fucking knows after that. It was a weird place. I think we can make up that 6 seconds somewhere else. We're not resetting because of that. Because I think if I do everything like Deathless, I think we'll get close to like a sub 19 actually, which is like our goal. So it's like if we take a 7 second, it's like it's still PB pace. If we, so we definitely took a death later on in our PB. Oh god. Ah shit. That's a weird bonk. We took a 30-second death in our PB, I think. So as long as like we do everything else, we're like, if we don't lose, like, oof, that's a rough one. We'll say 30s are current reset. Just to see. Just to see. Because I have faith. I have faith. Oh, come on, dude. That was so close. Now we're getting a second try consistently, which is kind of annoying. I was telling the chat about my dream last night, Delia. And I thought you thought it was so funny, and I think it's accurately funny to be like having stress dreams about the past. You know, bizarro. I think like one of the big things that was like probably subconsciously was like I fell asleep reading the like AGDQ runner chat where like King had 2 runs and he was like talking about, oh my god. Ugh, I tried to like recover it without losing any time and we just did not get there. I think we're gonna have to reset. Yeah, this is gonna be more than 30. Yeah. So like, right, so yeah, King ended up running Astrobot and like Golf with Your Grandma. Which sounds like a game where you go golfing with your grandma, but it's actually where you golf with your grandma, as in she is your club. So that was during awful games. That was at like 3 a.m. before ours, because I had joked with King because he brought 2 Astrobot plushes, and I was like, hey, it would be cool to have like Astrobot on my couch, to have like another running robot, you know. And he's like, yeah, you can pick it up after golf with your grandma. And I was like, oh, okay. And I looked at what time that was. I'm like, 5 hours before my run. That's at like 8 a.m. Like, no. Like, I am not doing that. Thank you for the offer, but I should not do that. And we ended up not doing that. You know, actually, like, I think I went to bed decently okay, you know, like the night before. The whole experience just felt subreal. It still kind of feels, is that the right word? Surreal, not subreal. Like, because I forget, I was talking about maybe last stream where, you know, it's like, honestly, it's like, at no point did I ever feel like, wow, like, the only time that you could is like, if you like, you'd have to like, almost consciously stress yourself out, I think, right? Because it's like, really, it like, I don't know, for me at least, it was like evident that this was like a big moment and like that was a production, but never, like, I have felt more stressed getting a raid with like 100 people than just like being on a GDQ stage, honestly, which sounds weird, but it's like, in a sense, you really don't know what you're going into. You don't know how you're leaving it. You don't have any indications except your like own self-value, in a sense of like if you're doing well or not. So you gotta like have your own goals and stuff. So like having your estimate and like knowing what things you want to get through, and you know, like things like that are what helps you know if like, yeah, that was a good run, you know, or yeah, no, we're doing well. And like you don't have like I have now, right? We don't have a live split telling me every single level on like, am I doing well? Are we ahead of chat? Honestly, it might be worthwhile to, I might adjust it. Maybe we'll do like, because like I find myself again already, I'm like, after every level, I'm like, are we on pace? How much time do we lose? And like, I think we're at the point where like I need to stop doing that as much. And like, we might just set it, but I don't want to do it where it's just like a start and end time. I think like what we're going to need to do is like, I can set it where it's going to be like every, like boss fight, you know, transitions like every like 12 levels or whatever might be worthwhile, because like then we can look at that and we can be like, all right, yeah, we're like, you know, we're not gonna be like, oh no, we lost 0.1 second there, we're 0.2 seconds behind what we could have been at, like, you know what I mean? Like, that's fine. That's not normally how we do that, but we didn't die, so I keep on like spacing out during this fight and being like, what are we doing? Which turn is it? And like somehow we keep surviving and doing this on pace. But my God, is it like we have like a test and true strategy and I just like keep not going for it or God knows what. All right, here we go. Risky jump. All right, it could have been riskier, which would have saved more time, but you know, that's all right. But yeah, it's like, right? Because like you get to your channel, right? You get to your channel and you're like, oh my God, we have these viewers. It'd be great if they follow or like came back. And like, if we could retain part of this number, it would be like quote unquote life changing, right? Because it's like, you're like, there are, I don't know how true this is anymore. Kind of from what I've seen, it seems still true, but there are groupings in Twitch that Solely Gnome actually, I think breaks it down that way. And it's not like because Solely Gnome, it's actually like, if you like look at what's happening, they're like, wow, Rainbow Split. There's like, it's like, wow, I keep messing up the coyote, dude. That's fine, that's a 6. That's like a 10-second loss. We'll call it okay. We got a Rainbow Split, which is like good luck. Like I said, 10 seconds. I'm trying to think. I got so distracted by that coyote. Wow, another bad coyote. What the fork, dude? Oh yeah, but it's like, right? It's like those groupings, right? So it's like when you finally like get out of those groupings a little bit, it's like, wow, why can I not coyote? We're gonna just coyote and then reset. Why is coyote not working? It worked a second ago. I think I'm going too slow. Now I'm just dying dumb ways. Like I said, now I'm just dying dumb ways. Why is that not working? We just had a run with it. We're just gonna die dumb ways. Yeah, I was going too slow there, 100%. Let's take a death. Let's do it one more time, maybe 2 more times. Yep, I was going too slow. I was dashing too slow, actually, weirdly enough, on top of, like, like my dash reset or something was, like, messing it up. I don't really understand. Oh, I didn't even touch the platform that time. Oh, yeah, we can turn this off. Come on. So it's like, right, so like you have 0 to 3, right? And that's why like affiliate's different, right? Affiliate's like, oh, you have to have over 3, because that means that you've left that like beginner thing. And it's like 3 to 12. And then it is 12 to 27 is my like next estimate guess on that. And then it's like 27 to like 70. And then it's 75 to like 125, which is partner, right, eligibility. And then it's 125 to like 250. And it's like 250 to 1,000 or like 500 is like kind of where you sit. So there's like these groupings. And so like you kind of end up getting stuck, right? And the only way to like get unstuck is to find a way to like boost your numbers into that next thing. So if you're like sitting right in the like 3 to 12 viewers, but your goal should be, right, your next goal should be to get to 20. And then what you need to do is to have like 3 streams above 20 within like a couple weeks or so. And then what you'll start to notice happen is that you'll like consistently be into that, like, wow, what the fork is going on? You'll be like consistently into that new grouping. And it's like we saw that happen with like Super Mario Maker 2 actually, was like I went from, you know, like that small grouping to like averaging like 37 to like for a little bit it was like 50, and it's because like we were doing Mario Maker content that like put me above that threshold right when the game came out. And so it's like our numbers were increased across the board, and that maintained for a good amount of time. And it was like one of those weird things, and it's like it's why I really did feel like we were on like partner track, honestly, that like first year of streaming. Like we went from 0 to 900 followers within, you know, 7 months, you know. We went from 0 viewers to maintaining, you know, almost 40 for within 7 months, you know. And it was like, wow. And then the Mario Maker hype slowed down, and then I was like still doing okay, you know. I was doing like I was still in that second group a lot of the time, yeah. And then it was like, and then I had to step away, and it like made things weird. And then, you know, we're hoping the consistency now, you know, is good. So we'll see what happens. All right, we got the Coyotes. But yeah, no, it's just like, it's always like that interesting thing. I know, I think I over-reflect on it though, honestly. It's just there's a universe on me that like, you know, made a lot of different choices. But it's like, it's also hard to be like, oh, you know, I don't think my choices were bad, nor were they really choices. Oh no, that's not what I want to do. But it's like interesting because there are people that started streaming with me in that group, and some of them don't stream at all that had like the same trajectory at all. There are some that had really good success and made partner, and then lost that success for a like variety of reasons. Some of them just being like, Twitch is Twitch, you know, and like the tides of content creation ever change. I have other people that like saw great success and are hanging out with, you know, tier 8, A tier, like YouTube and Twitch celebrities, you know. And so it's like, who knows where I would have been, you know? All three options were available, you know, but it's like the world will never know. But we're still here. We're still trying. We're still doing stuff, you know? We know it's possible, but it was possible in a different time, you know? I did always say, though, like, the big thing that you can always look at in, like, you know, there's exceptions, and I think it's definitely changed since COVID. But a lot of the people that we saw, like, great success, that, like, are name recognizable, in my opinion, or, like, are, like, community, like, beacons, or, like, you know, like if you entered like the dam where there'd be like the statues, you know, of like the Colossus and the Titans, like that would be, they would be there, you know what I mean? And like the biggest thing with those people is a lot of them started out on like Justin TV, Twitch before it was Twitch before it was Amazon owned, right? They were doing this for no money. They were doing it with no affiliate program. They were doing this with really no partnership program, you know? They were doing it because they had a thing that they wanted to share with the internet for the sake of it. Other people, you know, they built their own, like, they had to build their own web pages to share it, you know? Like, look at, like, Red and Link, you know? They have a TV channel now that just plays their show 24/7. That's, like, wild. You know, like, they were on the Howie Mandel podcast, actually, Rhett was, and they were talking about the Smosh deal, and I don't know if you guys knew this, but Red and Link actually, up until a couple months ago, owned Smosh, because Smosh was owned by somebody else, I don't remember who, and that company was basically, like, You know, internet's not where it is. We don't want to invest, or like Smosh isn't where it is, you know, and Smosh was gonna die. And Brett and Link were like, you know, Anthony Padilla and what's the other guy's name? It's escaping me. We're like, Brett was like, you know, they've been around, you know, almost as long, if not longer than them at that point. And was like, we like what you guys are doing. We want you to keep doing it. So they ended up getting a really good deal and basically buying them with no hope of making any kind of profit. It wasn't really an investment. It was just like, we have the money, we have the desire, and so we're gonna buy Smosh. And so they bought Smosh. And just to like support 2 other creators like them and allow them to create without worry of like their company going under or anything. And so they did that. And then Anthony stepped away from Smosh for quite a long time. Why can't I remember the other guy's name? He stepped away from Smosh for a brief period. He was like still there as like the CEO, but he wasn't in the content creation portion anymore. Then Anthony was doing his own channel, and I do recommend you guys check out Anthony's new content. He does interviews with a lot of different creators, and he talks about like some real shit on there, and they're really good. He talks to, you know, POC and queer people and people who still stream without their face being shown, and he like maintains their identity and all kinds of really cool stuff. He talks to people and they come on and they talk about, you know, the hardships that like the unspoken truth of like the hardships of like being a content creator, like some of the craziness that they went through. And it's really good. And he did that for like a couple years, like 2 years or so, and he's still doing that. But then he joined Smosh again, and basically when he rejoined, he was like, you know what, we should buy Smosh back from Good Mythical and, you know, run our own company again. And that's what they did. And so that happened earlier this year, which is pretty neat. And like, you know, Smosh is crazy. Like, they are making, like, they are relevant again, which is like wild, honestly, because like I remember watching Smosh on YouTube early on. And like, I don't know if you guys know the like sound clip that's going on that's like, that's cheating or whatever. That's unfair, you know what I'm talking about? And then she's like, I need you to calm down. I need you to calm down. That's from a Smosh clip, like a recent Smosh clip from like a couple months ago. And so it's like, they're relevant enough that like they're having viral sound clips like consistently go off, you know? Yeah. They didn't do it, right? Red and Link didn't do it as like a glory thing or anything else. So yeah, I don't know. I find it fascinating. I really like Smosh early on, you know, like they were, you know, them and Ryan Higa, you know, with pre-controversy into like, come on, dude, why can't I coyote jump today? You know, back when I was Kevin Jumba. Who else is probably like controversial and we shouldn't talk? Our shoes people. The guy who's real fucking creepy that we all watched, who definitely did inappropriate things back on then. What was that guy's name? Shane Dawson? No, didn't watch JonTron. I joined Game Grumps after he left, and it was the reasons that he left, I was like, no thank you. But yeah, we don't talk about JonTron either. That guy's a piece of shit, too. The fact that his gifs are so viral still, dude, is like killer. Like, it's bad, dude. And he's gotten worse. He had a brief moment where like, you're like, oh, maybe he's figuring out. And then he like tripled down, and like the world is, they want that now. You know what I mean? It's wild. All right, our goal is we're going to finish one run before ad break. So we're going to finish this one no matter what. No reset on this one. So I get real mad. I used to use them all the time. I know. Yeah. Yeah, I think I was like, oof. Yeah, I know, right? It's wild. Well, I mean, right? Like, people don't give a shit about gifts. You want to know how I know? Because, yeah. I sent you a bunch of his quotes, and you were like, whew. Yeah. And the only reason I really know is because of, like, honestly, like, Aaron's really lucky. I'm gonna be really fucking honest, guys. Like, Aaron Hansen is real lucky. That, like, wow. We're gonna, yeah, if we reset, we can still make it. Ad breaks in 22 minutes. So if we, I think it's in 22 minutes. So we should be able to get through with a reset then. Aaron did some questionable shit and said some bad shit back when he was on Newgrounds as Ego Raptor. But I will say that it wasn't an ideology thing, right? This is why Aaron got lucky, because JonTron straight up has a negative ideology on how the world works and is trying to like betray that, and like deeply believes in like white supremacy, which is not cool and pretty fucked. Aaron was just trying to make internet jokes in the early 2000s and said like shit that was like it's still passing as okay in certain comedy acts today, but like those people you need to like raise an eyebrow in and not fuck around with, like you, Tim Allen. But, you know, it's also like the times have changed. It's 30 years later, you know what I mean? Wow. Wow, dude. We're just no reset. No reset. We need a no reset. We need to finish a run. And so, but, you know, like, honestly, like, he went through, like, he's gone through the, like, ringer a few times because of it. And a lot of people still will, like, die on the hill that, like, he's a piece of shit. And Aaron has, like, apologized and done a lot to like, wow, change his tune and like try and like not be that person anymore. And like a big thing of it was also like taking a huge step away from JonTron, because other people still overlook half the shit JonTron says, and it's like, and like people still follow him and like, nah, you should do it, you should bring him back. People still fucking like, I like, it's less prevalent now because it's been fucking like 13 years, but like for like the first 7 years that Danny was on the show, they're like, I miss JonTron. JonTron was only in Grumps for like a year. Danny had been on for 6 of the 7 years at that point. They're still like, I miss JonTron. It's like, y'all are fucking insane. You're still watching years later, but you still miss the guy that was like going off on crazy shit. But yeah, there's like some real questionable Game Grumps going, what the fuck is going on from the first year? But I know nobody gives a shit like whose gifts they use, because my math gif, I showed Christopher on like Giphy, where I was like, yo, search the pipe or search math in gifs. I'm like, I guarantee you see my face. And he was like, no. And I scrolled down like twice and there I was. He was like, what the hell? I'm like, yeah, dude, that's got like 30,000 shares. I just uploaded a gif from a stream onto Giphy of me, and somehow, no idea how, it just like keeps getting used. And now it's like in the top like 30 top used like math gifs out there. And like I did it on purpose. Like AFK, she did that. She was like, she uploaded a bunch of her stuff to Giphy and Tenor and stuff, and was like using it as publicity. And I was like, wow, that's such a good idea. So I did it too. And has it worked for publicity? No, because like I didn't put my name or anything associated with it. It was really as like, it was supposed to be as a means for like you guys to be able to be like, oh, I'm sharing his gifts, and you knew. But like also like my gifts are like hard to find, even though like my name's on there and stuff. And what the hell? No reset. We'll take a break after this too. Come back, give the hands a break. But yeah, no, actually like, but back to like the Smosh things, I don't know. It's impressive to like retain relevancy, you know? I think that's like the thing that like I think about with like a lot of internet creators. That's like, it's really impressive, you know, that, like maybe they're not doing as well as their peak, but they're still like maintaining hundreds of thousands of views, you know. And it's like, you know, who thought that you could just like literally play a video game? One, who wants to like play video games for like 13, you know, 14 years, and that's your whole livelihood? Like it's a legitimate career. Like the Grump's ability to create an entire enterprise where they have a game dev studio and a merch studio and an office with interns and a live show, and it's like, and a touring company, and like it's crazy. Like it's a full enterprise. All just because like they play video games. It like blows me away. Like when draw something. What was that? It was like really big. It was Jaden Animations, Rubber Ninja, aka Rubber Ross. Two other people. No, not Drawfee. Drawfee's the other one. With Julia, Jacob, Karina, and not Coldwell, he's gone. Jesus Christ! Nathan. I watch that often. Yeah, draw something. It was a live show where it was like draw fight, Scribble Showdown. I think it was called Scribble Showdown. That came out of nowhere in my brain. So they did a Scribble Showdown nationwide. And it was Aaron Ego Raptor Hansen. Jay and Ross, Odd Ones Out, and Aaron. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, Scribble Showdown. I like Odd Ones Out too. What's that guy's actual name? He worked at Subway. Make sure you buckle up. What the f... James, yes. Yeah, I started watching, I don't know if you guys know or have like ever noticed, like YouTube's algorithm definitely has like, it goes through phases where it's like, oh, we like really short content. Now we like long content. Now we like animation content. Now we hate animators. And God, dude, I really cannot coyote jump today. It's really bad. I got like really into that, like when YouTube was pushing the algorithm, and it was like Hollywood whatever, I forget her name. Something Hollywood. The weird ones? Something like that. Weird chick? It's like her name. Her actual name's Rebecca, and she draws without like mouths. Let Me Explain Studios. That's her handle. It was like her, James, Jaden, some Rubber Ninja, and then there was like a few other, but those were like the, I'd say that, and then like not really even Daria Cohen, who I love. But she was kind of in there too, but she wasn't really doing the storyteller thing. But storyteller animation got really big for a brief period. And then it like died. It was like the hottest thing. Everybody, you know, and like Odd Ones Out, like James like got to like start a book and like merch and all this stuff. And like Let Me Explain Studios got to. And it was like wild. Story time? Yeah. Yeah, it was a real quick fad, right? And like, right? It was wild. And then it was like, right, everybody was like, we've never seen Jaden's face and this and that, and like all of her stories. Then she like started like hanging out more and more with other people, and then like yeah, she does. I still watch it. Yeah, she does a lot of video game, actually. That was a weird crossover. She actually did Super Ryu World, which I did shortly after she did, you know, trying to like hop on that hype train, which was the fan game for Ryukar, who's a really big Kaizo player. So she learned how to Kaizo from him. So he was like, yeah, I'm going to teach you how to do this. And so they got his game, and they like taught her how to do Kaizo. And it was like, wow, okay, so she's like hanging out with Kaizo stuff. And then she did like animations about that. And she does like a lot of people like started. Oh, you know who else was doing it? Barry Kramer, the guy who I made you guys watch the Kingdom Hearts video for. He started doing that around that time too. He was the Grumps animator back, like one of the first ones, if not the first one. So he was doing that too at that time. And so they all kind of moved though from, and like, you know, Drawfee's doing it too, where they're not doing, like, yeah, they're doing the recordings, but then they're also, doing, wowie, streaming, right? So she started doing a lot more streaming stuff, I think, but she was doing all like gameplay stuff. And then she did like a Nuzlocke of Pokemon. And then I think she might have done a Pokemon Kaizo actually too. And yeah, good old Barry. Yeah, that was bad. I like stopped dash racing at a certain point, and who knows why. This one's good. VOD there just fine. But yeah, she was like just on, actually it's like, I think it's on Prime, like the Mr. Beast like $1,000 pyramid or whatever, where like he basically Squid Games a bunch of people for like $1 million to like their charity choice. It was like all famous YouTubers, and then Jaden won. Like, so she did like her story time video about that, which is like crazy. Spoiler alert, by the way. Yeah, right? Insane. So she was like on that, which is like wild. I think that's a rainbow. Nope, not quite. Felt like a rainbow. Rainbow means that it was faster than I've ever done that before. Yeah, I haven't seen the show, but the story time was like crazy to like see, you know? This run like became okay. Ah, mother of God. Why? Why? That's what we were trying to do. Why didn't that work the first time? That would have been so good. That saves 5 seconds. Instead, we lost almost 10. But, yeah, it's been interesting. But yeah, so that whole, the Stribble Showdown thing, though, they did like a bunch of live shows. I think for charity, actually. And that was all put on by, like, Grumps Touring, I believe. Which is pretty cool. I know, like, I think Markiplier did, like, a live tour thing. Where he, Ah, come on. That's really bad. That's a 30-second time loss. And he did it with like that. But it's interesting because I actually did the Grumps live show, and it's like I didn't know what to expect for the Grumps live show. That was a birthday present from Onyx, which was really kind. We drove up to LA and saw him, and she got like the VIP pass and everything for us too. And so we got to like do like a questionnaire thing. I got to ask him like questions about behind the scenes stuff. I was like curious like how they were doing thumbnails and why they had changed like naming conventions and stuff. And like, I don't know, we pay some guy to do that was their answer. I'm like, yeah, that's valid. And like it was very funny because Danny's like, yeah, I don't touch any of the business side. He's like, I show up and I get paid to sit next chair and I play video games basically. He's like, I am not making any of the business decisions or anything like that. I was like, yeah, that's kind of funny and valid. He has an advertising degree, and I'm like, are you using that? And he's like, no. And that was my second time meeting him. So that was cool. There's a bunch of people at the VIP thing that was like, you guys need to make a Pornhub account. So, which sounds crazy. But they're like, all that we want you guys to do is... Because actually, this was like a popular thing briefly around that time. And if you guys remember, like the #1 watch channel on Pornhub was like a guy like teaching math secrets. Like, it wasn't even porn. It was just, like, a guy helping people with their college. Because at the end of the day, it's just, like, a video sharing website. And there was, like, some issue with, like, YouTube or something where it's, like, he wasn't getting, like, viewability or, like, it was being taken down or something crazy like that. And so he was, like, doing it there. And it ended up being, like, the most watched thing on Pornhub, which is wild. And but anyways, they were like, you should... And so there was, like, a weird... entry into non-porn on Pornhub, which was like wild. But yeah, at that time, a bunch of people in the audience were like, you guys need to make an account and then stream like the M-rated games that like Twitch won't let you show. And they were like, yeah, we've joked about it. We don't know. Maybe for like an incentive or something, we'll do something like that. But, which just seems wild. But yeah, that was cool. And like, but the show itself was kind of like underwhelming, to be honest. It was kind of cool because so the show was kind of lame in the sense that it was it just ended up being playing Jackbox with them, maybe. Because like they did games that like could only have like 8 people. And then we're in like a crowd of like 150, right? And crazy enough, actually, Onyx was able to get into the code quick enough to be in the top 8 or whatever. And even with us like playing the game and like being able to like have our like answers on screen wasn't like crazy enjoyable in a weird sense, because it was just like, this is like, I don't know. It like started off with like some gags and like and was like, okay, it's gonna be like a show or something, and then it was like, no, we're just gonna play Jackbox, which feels, I don't know, I don't know what I was expecting, but like that was honestly underwhelming. So it's like I was like always curious. I know like the Adventure Zone, is that right? They do, that's the McElroy brothers too. They're doing like daily uploads of Monster Factory right now. I don't know how long they're doing that for, but it's a lot. Like, it was kind of nice having like a Monster Factory every 3 months and be like, oh, it's a big deal. But nothing's like been as good as the Pizza Witch, or as yeah, my brother and I and me. It's back, dude. It's every day. It's every day on their channel is Monster Factory. Every day. But like, it's not the same, right? It's not the Pizza Witch behind Arby's. It's not the Arby's Pizza Witch. It's not, what was that, Skyrim? It's not the Kid Mayor of whatever. What is it? The Kid Mayor of Doodletown? Like, it doesn't have the, like, none of the ones on McElroy family have been as great or memorable. Yeah, the boy mayor of Second Life, that's what it is. Yeah, see, that's why you gotta have trust and faith. Oh yeah, Dark Souls, yeah. Final Pam, yeah, right? So, you know, it's like, it's cool. I said that we were gonna make it through this run before this happened. Oh no. It's okay, this is not. The Second Life vid was a 3-parter? Yeah. It's very good. It's very enjoyable. We've watched it a few times now. Delia loves it. What's the one where they harass everybody and make a bunch of jokes about a certain band? Is that Boy Second Life? Where they make a bunch of... Which band is it? Darude? Oh, it wasn't? I definitely thought it was, but I guess it's not? I guess not. But that was on Polygon, was it not? Because I don't think that was on their channel. It was old. It's still them, but they don't do character creation? Oh, I thought they did. I thought they started with the character creation Dark Souls, but I guess it's just like them making a gag. Yeah. They did a... Oh, I remember what it was. They did a mod playthrough of Skyrim. And it was, Griffin. What's his nickname? Juice? So it's Juice's, is Juice and, Magnus. What's that guy's... What's that... Which McElroy is that? I listened to Too Much Adventure Zone. They're officially associated. I'm like, it was the DM and Magnus. Justin is Juice? Oh, Justin's Juice. That makes sense. What's Griffin's name? Griffin has a name. Magnus is Travis. Yeah, so Skyrim was Travis and Griffin, for sure. Because Griffin had, downloaded a shit ton of mods on Skyrim. And it was, it was titled, we're gonna play Skyrim until my brother notices every mod I've added to Skyrim. And they did, one episode of it. And I was so excited for them, because he's like, yeah... I'll have to, I'm going to erase all these mods, or I'm just going to add more mods. And then I think he talked about it, and was like, yeah, I tried doing it, and then, Skyrim just kept crashing, so I never did another one, because it was just, not worth the work to troubleshoot it. They might have done two. But yeah, they had, the Majora's Mask Moon. They had... All the trees were hands. That was, the most upsetting part of it. They had... Either Thomas, I think they had the Thomas mod, which was very popular. Not the Randy Savage, Macho Man Randy Savage mod. Famous Flemington race courses. I'm gonna guess Indianapolis. Or Bonneville, Nevada. So yeah, that must have been... That was around the same time that I think they did the Dark Souls Pizza Witch. That was one of my first ever McElroy Brother videos. I used to get the Adventure Zone... Oh shit, dude. I keep fucking that up. The Adventure Zone mixed with the Magnus archives because of Magnus. And I think I meant to start listening to the Magnus archives, which has nothing to do with them at all. And then I thought I was trying to listen to them, and then originally ended up listening to Welcome to Night Vale. I got really confused on what podcast was what, and I had a bunch downloaded on my phone, and then was like, I don't know who recommended these to me anymore at some point. It was not great. The Flemington known for hosting the prestigious Melbourne Cup. Yeah, that makes sense. It's in Melbourne, Australia. Who would have thunk? Flemington. Wow! I don't know where I lost time there. I knew it was going to be tight, but I thought I'd be fine. I did something weird there. Who knows? This time was not going to be great. But now it's going to be worse. Oh my god, that was terrifying. If ZX had a nose, he doesn't now. Because that thing got burned off in this laser, for sure. Faux show. Oh my god, I missed it again. and then I died, and then I died. What am I doing? What am I doing? This run's so dead. This run, there's no reason to finish it except just to say I finished it. There's no reason to finish it at all. What are we doing? What are those? All right, we're not gonna go to real break because we just did a commercial and I don't want to do more commercials. Don't freak out, audio. It's gonna freak out a little bit. So here's what we're gonna do actually. We're going to do words on stream, and I'm gonna play with you guys because I need a handbrake. So I don't want to hit the button on my thing because it's gonna like make everything freak out. We're gonna go over here. Hello, and we're gonna start words on stream. And there we go. Yeah, got it. And we'll get some non-DMC seeds. Nice music going on. Let me turn on, what was that? It was like Magic Harp Fry? Ugh. Can't remember, something like that. This says Magic Harp Festival. Is it this? Ugh, I don't know if that's not DMC seed. Alright. Alright. You guys ready for some words on stream? I just need a break from my hands. I'll probably get some water at some point too. Oh, nice. Timely. Yeah, perfect. Very timely. Pre-sorted levels. Oh, it was already there. Melty is a word, why not? Let me have it. Melty is sort of a word. I think it's in a dictionary, right? Limey. Nice. Define melty. Item, that was good. How about itemy? Just kidding, that's not even an option. What about tile? Melty, definitions from Oxford. It is officially an informal word, but it is in the Oxford Dictionary, and it's in Merriam-Webster, and on dictionary.com, and in Urban Dictionary, and in Collins Dictionary, and in Wiktionary, and in the Free Dictionary, and in the American Heritage Dictionary. Either something starts with an E or an I. Yeah. Emit, that's, yeah. Light. We better be able to skip like 3 for this. Hey! You got in, nice. The other limey. Nice, yeah, we skipped 3 levels. Nice. Alright, here we go. Interesting. Gamey. Gammy. Whoa there, calm down, letters. You can't be saying that shit on stream. Damn, wept. Killer. Yam. Amy. Man, nice. Name. Game. Hmm. Bammy. Uh-oh. Infamy. Good job, dude. Oh, we already got that. Crap. Gamify. I feel like that should be a word. This one's hard. Sure. Need like one more word. Ginny. Oh no, Fammy. Something ing. Yang. Crap. Wow, that didn't last long. Ugh. We like killed the first one. That one was hard. Bang. Oh man. They're... Alright. Let's go again. Alright. There's only one N. Crap. Pent. Oh, no, wait. The delay is killer? Oh, it's on, like, quick delay. You might want to try a refresh just to see if it helps. It does, like, track the delay. So that's why, like, you got Limey and it was, like, way, like, I thought the game had closed for a while. That's why it does that sync at the end, which helps a lot. I can quickly, like, jam the letters in, too, if we need to. You think he'll like, that's why I was gonna put his pants. Teat. Tape. Nice. Hey. Nape. Nice. Patent. Yeah, so it sunk pretty late for that one. But you got in, so. Alright, only level 3. I can do this. I have faith. We have Icelisk, so. Ices. Nice. 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 Yeah, so still have like, because I did the plural, and then thick. You got... Not quite click. Something that starts with an I or an E. Bunch of L's and... Oh, lice. Ah, silk's a good one. Lisk. Lies, nice. Well, I think we each answered like every one that we could. Pretty good, 102 out of 60. Is that gonna be a triple skip to a 5? Only 2. Which is still to 5. I just don't know how to count. Yeah, lots of points. Yeah, I think triple skip is... no, because we got triple skip for, I don't think all of them. It's close to all of them, though. Ah! You beat me to it. Keck. Keck, 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 keck. Salads. I don't know what that is. What is a salad? Multiple of salad. Yeah. Making a SpongeBob reference here. Nice. What's SpongeBob? So Delia, when we were playing Slay the Spire, I got like the Slay the Spire soundtrack playing. And then during our shop theme, I first put it on the shop theme, and then what else do we have here, lads? And then I started putting it onto we started with the shop theme from Majora's Mask, and then we went to the Mellow Mart for a Twilight Princess, the shop theme, and then we went to and then I was like, what are we doing? And then we did Sans Undertale? Wait, Sans Undertale? Wait. Sans Undertale? Sans Undertale? This guy? Sans Undertale? Alright. So apparently, moist. Oh, one of those is a fake letter. Stem. Oh, thinking it might be that S. What about scam? Okay, it's the T. I think the T is a fake. I think the T is a fake. So apparently the Mr. Meow or whatever that guy's name was, yeah, that T's a fake. The T's a fake, so no T's. Apparently they've donated like 5 digits before, and that's how they knew it was a mistake, because before like sharing it and like letting it be read on stream, they do like certain checks. And so we were talking about in the chat, and they were like, yeah, no, it's just like the thing. I already did scam. Scum. Matt. No, T. This is hard. Chasm. Scam. I already did. I keep trying to do the same thing. Cosmic. Yeah. There's only one C. Well, level 7. We made progress. Echoism. One was hard. I still wish that they would reveal. That's like my biggest thing with this, is I really wish that they would reveal, you know? And that way we could see more. And like be like, okay, cool. We know what we're doing. But thanks for playing with me and taking that quick little break. Alright. Back at it. Back at it. We'll do like another, let's get into gamer position, gamers. And then we'll do like, sorry I'm only half here, work is a nightmare. I'm sorry. That's a nightmare. I feel it. Tomorrow's gonna be a nightmare because today was a nightmare, so I couldn't get real work done for most of the day, and I could have stayed late and caught up, but I just like, I don't really want to. So I didn't. So, and then tomorrow's just gonna be tomorrow. You know what I mean? So, 'tis the way. There's been a big protest where I'm at because this company keeps winning a contract, and the company's kind of trash, and people are real upset about it, and they protest against them all the time, and it's like they have signs up all the time about them, and they keep winning the contract because basically here's what happens, right? Where I work, they're like, hey, we need this thing done. And here's the contract, and they ask a bunch of people to bid on it, right? Because it's government, it's what they do. And this one company is like, oh, we can do it for this cost, which is like well below anybody else. And so they keep like, out of everything else, they just are like, yeah, okay, we're gonna do that. We're gonna take their contract because it's so much lower than everybody else's. But the only reason that theirs is so much lower than everybody else's is because they like treat their employees like trash. So their employees and like the locals who like support their friends and stuff consistently are like, hey, this company's trash, and they like protest against them and all this other stuff, and yet they keep getting the contract because they're paying so much. It's like wild. It's like a weird cycle, right? Where it's like, I don't know, the people are trying, it's just not working, you know? But why has that best possible time gone up? Seems weird. Why are they making any adjustments to the splits themselves? Well, that's definitely like a 1653 when we started this stream. Oh, best possible time now. Gotcha. Never mind. I understand. It's adjusting actively while we're running at what our best possible time could be of this run. Yeah, that tracks. Yo, good luck, Gooch. Appreciate it. Work is also nightmare here. I guess it's just that day, man. Just that kind of day. Did Canada have yesterday off for some weird reason? I like weird stuff when like countries line up on. There's some holiday that the US and Canada align on where we have the day off, where it's like, I don't know, it's like President's Day for us, but it's like also Canada Day or like Constitution Day or something for Canada. It's like, so we both end up having the day off, but for completely different reasons. It's like nice, but you're also like, do we do this on purpose? There's only like 1 or 2 of them. It's very strange. So I was like, I don't know if it's this one. And one of the not so great things, so we changed all the fort names and stuff over the last 4 years to not be named after like slavers and shit. And then in a presidential order today, they were like, no, we're going back. Like, what the fuck are we doing, dude? That's like wild. We're really gonna do that on like MLK Day? Like, that's fucking insane. Also, like, we're going to make an executive order that just says fuck Jimmy Carter. Like, former president, naval sailor, like, fuck you, we're raising the flag back up. Like, really? The fuck are we doing, dude? It's been 24 hours. Yeah. Yeah. My opinions are mine and mine alone. They are not, and they do not represent my employer, the government, or the country I live or work for. Just throwing that back out there. They're not a call for action. They are just valid criticisms about policies. Just a friendly reminder. Hey, we coyote jumped first try. Like, second time tonight. Thank God, dude. I've been debating really hard putting that in my, What the heck? That's bad. Looking forward to the tariffs on February 1st. Yeah, it'll be real good. That was an early jump. That wasn't even a coyote issue. It was probably recoverable, actually. Yeah. So is... if you don't already follow Leopards Ate My Face on Reddit, I do recommend it. It's enjoyable. It's only going to be... It's gonna be the only solace for a little while. Honestly. So... yeah. There's 5 pages on whitehouse.gov if you guys want to take a perusing and just, like, be upset for a little bit. Because, I did that earlier today. Because we actually gotta review them all, because guess what? A bunch of them affect me directly. Yay! Not like, oh, this is crazy or weird. No, it's like, this is gonna cause problems, like, immediately. I don't know, dude. Honestly, like, my news today was like condolences to like the Turkish fire at the ski resort that killed like 70 people today. That's fucking crazy. I get like all kinds of news, but honestly, there's just so much shit that happened in a day that it's like it was just like too much to cover. I'm gonna be honest. It's like there was like a lot of really bad shit that happened in the world today, and all that. It was like 100, right? It's 5 pages worth. It's the most executive orders signed to date, which isn't like huge. To be honest, we always were like, wow, it's crazy. It's like Obama did that, then Trump did it, and then Biden did it, and now Trump's done it again. It's just like one of those things that's just become like a fucking pissing contest, where it's like we're just going to I'm gonna be the president that signed the most executive orders. Like, all right. And so it's like when you have 100 executive orders that range from that trans people don't deserve to exist, and that feminists are a problem, and if you're part of a cartel, you no longer deserve human rights, are all like covered. Like, these are all like direct like things that are occurring, or that we're gonna rename all the bases. Like, it's too much to cover, you know? Like, you could try and cover it all, but it's like just people are frugal. Is that the word I'm trying to say, right? Like if you try and give them all these problems, like, they're going to panic in a bad way. Like, not that like panicking is not a good thing. Yeah. Because it's like honestly, you need like groups and people to like figure out which of these like things that they care the most about. And that's like, you know, and unfortunately the media is going to choose which things to cover of those. And depending on where you get it, it's going to be whatever, you know, and they're going to focus, you know, they're going to say, look over here while this happens. And so, I don't know, I was like, do we talk about this today? And then I don't know, something about it was just like, I guess like a little bit. It's just wild, you know? So it's like, the verbiage in a lot of it's like really disgusting, honestly. Like the titles of it. Like, feminism is being called biological extremism. And we need to defend women from feminism. And we need to restore women's belief in, specifically, once again, targeting women, and specifically targeting trans women, not trans men, just trans women. Again, as always, because trans men don't exist. Like, at least in the eyes of the government or the news. It's like, dude, it's wild. What the fork? So, it's like, I don't know, we'll see what things take action. But the federal government's on a hiring freeze right now, which is concerning. And it's up to Elon to determine on who gets to be rehired or what jobs are going to still exist. And if this is anything like Twitter, we're already having manning issues, and it's about to get a lot worse. Yeah, it was. So it's like, if it's going to be anything, Twitter's efficiency that happened right after, it's going to be a max exodus, and it's going to be pretty bad. There's like 3 executive orders on it. It's like restoring the faith in the U.S. government, but also stopping U.S. government terrorism. Like, he called the own government terrorism, and then also saying that we need to return to freedom of speech and stop government control over speech. So it's like everything's already like confusing. We need to make our armed forces stronger than anyone, so don't hire anyone. Yeah, exactly, right? But also, we need to... one of the things that was put out pre-election was that, like, we need to hire civilians to replace all the jobs that enlisted members and officers are doing non-deployed, because they should be deployed 24/7, because that's why they're in the military. Like, yeah. You think retention's fucking bad right now? Yeah, put us on fucking deployable billets full time and watch our mental health and suicide rates fucking sky climb, and our retention rates fucking just plummet, all in the course of like 3 years. It's gonna be wild if shit like that happens. It's like, it's a lot of bad decisions. Once again, my opinion and a fair and accurate, acceptable criticism of a government policy, and not a reflection of my employer. We're gonna see. There's also a lot of confusion right now with these pardonings of, because we live in a weird zone. So the U.S. military, right, creates one is a oath to the U.S. Constitution to defend it against all enemies, foreign and domestic, and and is governed by that law. It is governed by things like the National Security Act of 1946, 1949, which like established a lot of things. The National Security Act of 2001, which like established like the Department of Homeland Security, and the U.S. State Title Code all like govern what we're supposed to do. And like you can't just be like, we're not gonna do those things. And they've openly admitted that. Here was the other thing I was going with this. Oh no. I had the point, but then I got distracted by a 20-second death. So pure energy apparently is where I took a death in my PB run. That's good to know. And it's a 20-second death, so if I don't die there in less than 20 seconds, I'll get on PB pace there at some point. It's like, hey, the cons here were like, our military is gone soft, boss. So wow, how dare you increase military spending to the NATO agreed upon minimum? Yeah, it tracks. Also, just like, yeah, I don't like this fucking weaponization on DEI is insane. It's just a elaborate ploy to have a war against women and queer people and brown people, but mostly women, in my opinion. I think that's the underlying pretty blatant war that's going on. I don't know what my brain was thinking about earlier. I'm trying to remember. Who knows? I don't know, something about title codes and how something's probably against it, but I have no idea. Am I having a thinking brain? Dude, this shit could work half the fucking time. It's like, I was thinking about it. I think about it a lot, right? I'm like pretty lactose intolerant for like TMI, I guess. But also like pretty fucking ADHD. And so everybody's like, oh, don't you just take Lactate? It's like, dude, of course I own Lactate, but it's like, here's how this goes. I buy it, if I remember to buy it, in the first place, right? And then I buy it, then it sits in a grocery bag near the fucking door for weeks on end, still in the box. And then I move that grocery bag to the bathroom with the rest of the prescriptions and fucking medications. And then I finally unbox that, put that in a location. Now it's in the bathroom, right? Now it sits there forever because you're supposed to take it before you do the stupid thing. And I'm not running to the bathroom to be like, oh, let me, like, you know, take this thing that I've probably done beforehand, right? That requires foresight. And it's like, you know, ADHD doesn't have a great time with? Fucking foresight, dude. So then it's like, oh, well then keep it with you. Yeah, same issue, right, dude? So then it's like, oh, keep it with you. Well, it's like, how the fuck am I gonna keep it with me? Like, every day I have to put Lactate in my pocket? Like, that's not gonna happen. I'm not gonna make it. I double caught. That sucks. Like, oh, well, put it in a bag that, like, you take with you. Like, what are the chances I'm gonna fucking remember that bag, dude? Like, I take different bags all the time. I randomly blank out which bag I'm gonna take. You know, I fucking fill up a water bottle and then forget the water bottle. You know what I mean? Like, I still have to actively think about putting deodorant on. Like, I feel like that's not a thing. Like, people just do it, and I have to be like, did I do that? Ah, shit, no, I need to do that, you know? And, like, at this point, I just have fucking deodorant everywhere so that, like, I don't forget, you know? Because it happens, you know? And it's like, it's not a pleasant thing, you know? And so it's like, I gotta have it, like, in the car, in the backpack, at work, you know? Like, you'll be my Lactate reminder? Yeah. Also, like, yeah. So, you just gotta carry it from me and be like, alright, we're gonna do it. I was fucking around. We're at like the penultimate level and we're not going to PB, so we're quitting. Actually, like we did figure out where most of the thing is. It's after 42. So we can like stay okay and then like, I mean, do okay. Like there's 40 seconds that can be saved after 42. All right. I think we can get through another one before we get into a commercial break. I said that last time and it ended up happening like 5 minutes. I'll be like, I want you cheese to take this and join me. Yeah, that sounds good. There is a really funny, I used to, my old department head, also very lactose intolerant. But she was much not ADHD and like had a purse and always remembered to bring it and like had the foresight. And I was like, we're just gonna have a bad time again. And there was, I used to send her all the lactose intolerant things, but there was like a picture of a charcuterie board and it was like a slice of cheese because it was like one of the ones that had like slits for cheese. And it was like every, like in between every slice of cheese was like a lactate. And it was like, nice. I also don't know if they super work on me, but also I haven't been consistent enough with them to like try it, you know? I know like other stuff works, but I don't necessarily want to like have to take. But like lactate's like a calcium inducer or something, right? Like it's not really a drug, right? Like weird. I feel like PB and then the fucking PB that I'm gonna upload to speedrun.com forever is gonna be me talking about how I might shit my pants every time I like eat a pizza, you know? It's how it always goes. You just gotta like live in your infamy forever. It's an enzyme, right? Okay. So lactate's an enzyme that then helps you break down the other enzyme. I have issues depending on the dairy. Is really what it is. So like whey is a bad time, like whey protein. Depends on the cheese. Some cheeses, like hard cheeses, I'm usually okay with. It's like the soft cheeses that are bad. And there's like some science between like how much lactose is in cheeses, and like that's kind of like what changes its consistency. Because I think hard cheeses have less lactose still in them. So it's like, yeah, that makes sense. And then, which then like other, whatever cheese is on pizza, not good. So that's like Parmesan, mozzarella, which are both softer cheeses for sure. Parmesan's, yeah, it's like in the scheme of it, we'll call it a hard cheese or a soft cheese. Mozzarella, definitely a soft cheese. Greek yogurt, not horrible. Regular yogurt, really bad. So there's like things about this. I was reading up. So I follow a lot of like body positive Instagrammers. They're really nice. I like them. And this one guy, he like makes like health meals and stuff. And then like his big thing like is that's like about adding, not subtracting, right? So it's like you add healthier foods, then like you add like filling foods to help you like, because it'll like help stop other things, right? And like the big things like any step's a positive step. And one of the things that a lot of them have kind of like gone off on is like anti-diet soda, like shitting on whatever. They're like, you know what, it's better than regular soda, and it's like whatever steps you can take, and then at the end of the day it is like a hydration thing that should be taken into account. And like I did like a bunch of research because I'm like, you know, what are the problems with like diet soda? Because like I remember being a kid and like this report going out that like went like really big that everyone was like, diet sodas are worse than full sugar sodas because they don't even provide you calories for your body to break down. And it's like, okay. But then it's like, it adds all these chemicals, you know, and it's making the frogs gay or something. And it's like, okay. And then I was like, so like to be on this like oh god, I bonked. I'm still going for it. to like go on this anti diet soda thing. I was like, all right, what's like, you know, I can't just listen to Instagram influencers be like, diet soda is great, it's equal to everything and basically just water with flavoring. And like honestly, it's like everywhere I looked on like every like site, it was like water's the best way to hydrate. It's like, no shit, Sherlock. Thank you. Shit. All right, we're gonna do one reset. We're gonna do a reset. I'm gonna run ads, that way it doesn't happen during this run. And then I'm gonna do a quick like be right back. Not like a full be right back, just like a quick be right back. So I'll be back in like 2 minutes. I think that button works. I said it worked. Yeah, it's doing it. Okay. Where's the thing I'm looking for? That guy. Alright, I am back as well. I just need to cool off. It's like really hot in here. And it was like, we're in that like awkward moment where we're like 12 minutes out from ads. And it's like, well, that's not time to finish a run anyways. As far as you know, the research on calorie-free sweetener is not conclusive either way. Frosty said, let's observe Chad's natural habitat. In the wilds of the Pied Piper's Shaft, political debate rages like a stormy sea. Fair. The pack discusses tariffs and border security plans while pondering the paradoxes of military spending. True. Amidst the turmoil, a personal note, a reminder for lactate in the face of dairy temptation. Good. It's a jungle out there, but this chat pack sticks together through thick and thin. True. Thanks, PyPyBot, for dropping the YouTube link. Yeah, if you guys want to watch more Mario Maker content, I do Mario Maker content twice a week on YouTube. And right now we're doing endless, just 666 in all categories. We've already done easy, and then we're working on normal. And it's going to take like 20 more episodes, which is going to be like half the year. But if you guys want to help me get there faster, you can subscribe over on YouTube. And then I'm going to try my first YouTube stream. So I've never done that. I'm kind of scared. So it'll be interesting. It's one of those things I've debated about a lot, because like a lot of people have like talked about higher numbers, but like there's like no emotes and there's no money, and like I don't really care about the money, but it's like there's no emotes, and like also I know Twitch. I'm like comfortable on Twitch, you know, we've been doing this for years. So it's like scary to make a change. I don't think I'd do it. I think YouTube stream, I don't know, it still has like an air of illegitimacy in my brain, to be completely honest. I know a lot of like partners that are restreaming, which like I'm 90 like was 100% against the affiliate contract. I can't imagine it's not against the partner contracts. I don't know like if they're just risking it and they're like, I don't give a shit. But I know a lot of people that started doing restreams this year, which is like wild, where like they're or like dual streaming, where they're streaming to both. It was like pretty wild, because like according to the affiliate contract, like Twitch owns your content like while it's live and then like 72 hours after. So like you can't just like stream and then immediately upload a VOD. It has to be like within, it's like 48 or 72 hours that you have to wait until you upload a VOD. And like if you're in violation, they can just like terminate, they can ban your account, they can terminate your affiliate contract and like blackline you for like ever getting an affiliate contract again. But yeah, yeah, they changed it for some different aggressive, but yeah, if they changed it for restream, it's like, I don't know, it might be worth doing both, but that seems like a lot of work too. And there's a lot of people have been saying like issues with restream, because I know somebody in society has been restreaming. I think it's what's his name? He has like a little blue icon. He always posts in live. Because he's doing like a 12-hour celebration. It was like, yeah, only doing Twitch, so it's Twitch. Yeah, Dylan, yeah, I eat it light. Yeah, because he was like saying that's like unstable for longer streams, which is interesting. Which kind of makes sense, honestly, but definitely odd. So it's definitely like curious. So yeah, I'll have to look into it, because like you like I signed my affiliate contract in like 2019. You had all those issues with yours with the zip code thing, right? Because it like was being dumb. Like, I don't know. YouTube seems kind of okay for multi, but 16 will stream tends to suck on Twitch. Interesting. Yeah, I don't talk with the TikTok. I'm like not supposed to anyways. But yeah, it's like wild. I don't know. I'm kind of pro. Still haven't 100% fixed that up. Wow, that's wild. Yeah, good old Twitch support. It's like, oh yeah, that's valid. Yeah, never had one. Just like, I don't know. I was kind of glad because like, you know, when I started streaming again, I was like, man, like Twitter was like the best place to like honestly gain new followers. Like it was the best non-Twitch platform to like meet new people, honestly, in my experience. So I had a few really good like tweets, and then that's wild. Yeah. Fucking free speech my ass, dude. We're gonna restore free speech, but also you can't talk shit about me. I've been rewatching Mr. Robot. Well, not rewatching, that's a lie. I watched season 1 when it came out and was like, wow, this show's fucking incredible. And then season 2, I was like, I don't know about this. And, very good. And, it's fucking wild. So Mr. Robot came out like 2014-ish, I want to say. And then like ended like 2017. And, so season 1 is all about like, fucking over the largest conglomerate in the world. Like they're gonna like do this hack and just fuck them over, right? It's all about hackers, for those who aren't tracking. It's Christian Slater, famous for Heathers and Archer, and what's his name, Rami Malek, famous for Bohemian Rhapsody, is the main two characters, more or less. And then you have and then it's got in seasons 3 and 4, or 2 through 4, you have Meryl Streep's daughter, Grace Gunner, in it, who plays a lesbian FBI agent. And then you have, I think, one of the daughters from that show about the family that's not good at staying together, that has a lot of issues. What's that show called? That everybody loved. Reckless? Something like that. Wept would know. I think. What's that show called? I don't know. She's in it. There's a few other people in it. But yeah, so like season 1's all about like destroying this conglomerate, right? By hacking them. The one with Emmy, Shameless. Yeah, that's it. Dealey, good job. Thank you. I don't know who Emmy Rossum is. Sure. Yeah, so Shameless. I'm sure I do know who that is, but like that name rings 0 bells. So they're all in it. And then seasons 2 through 4 is like dealing with like the problem of like season 2 is kind of like dealing with the aftermath of them like taking down the conglomerate, and then like season 2 starts bleeding in, and then season 3 through 4, she was in Day After Tomorrow in the Phantom of the Opera movie. I've seen both of those and I barely remember either one, to be completely honest. And then it's like, so season 3 and 4 are all about like the shadow government, and it's like the Dark Army is like this like hacker group, this like Chinese hacker, but it's all about like the strings that are pulled, and like every revolution only happens because like people like the rich and elite allow it to happen. And so it's really interesting because they start out with right, it's like a dystopian future is like what the show's supposed to be. But it's supposed to be like a dystopian counter reality, I guess, is like probably a better way to put it, because they take actual like political clips and stuff, like things from like Obama's administration, from Trump's speeches, things like that, and they actually overlay it, and then also like, you know, do some like video editing shit, overlay or like input like characters from the show to like make it like more realistic, of like see how they were everywhere through history or whatever, or like how these people did it, which is pretty cool, but pretty shitty to watch in like 2024, to watch this like, hey, this is our dystopian alternate reality, for this dystopian alternate reality to by 7 years later just be reality. So that's like not cool and super enjoyable to watch. Like, I'm having a good time. I'm like, yeah, this is so good. This is what we've been saying. And then it's like, oh no. Like, as you have the realization that like, great. So yeah, I've been enjoying it. I like watched all of season 2 in one day, and then all of season 3 in another day. And now I'm on season 4, which is probably gonna take like the whole week, and then I'll be done with it. But I will say, like, season 2 I did end up watching at some point, because like parts of it seemed very familiar. But I definitely only really remembered season 1. And like season 1 has a mind fuck, and then seasons 2 through 4 build on that mind fuck. So like the whole show is just like based around like just like, it's all from like, it's kind of like interesting because they do a fun thing where the main character, right, Rami Malek, that's his name, right, is like, he's got like dissociative disorder, and so one of the ways that he disassociates is like talking to like his imaginary friend, and we're his imaginary friend. So he's talking, so like we get narrated, and like that narration's actually like explained in show. So it's not just like him being like, oh, I'm telling my story. It's like us watching him live as he's like talking to his imaginary friend, which is like, I don't know, kind of like a fun and interesting perspective on it, because it makes it doesn't come off like unnatural in a way. It like makes it make sense, and it like also doesn't like, right, the shows that usually do the narration thing, they'll be like, well, you know, I didn't die because I'm clearly talking to you now. Like, that's such like a trope with like those narration things. So like, you know, this helps make some of the danger feel real at times, but of course like plot armor exists, so it's like, how real is it, you know? But it's definitely like, it does some like things that you're like, oh shit, and then like, wait, does that make sense? And like, here's the like episode that like makes our like mindfuck actually make sense, and like, oh wow. So I enjoy it. I do recommend it. It's on Amazon Prime for those who have Prime. And also like, when I watch The Boys, because like, right, Prime now has ads unless you pay for like Super Prime or Optimus Prime or whatever, and so it's like, and I don't pay for Optimus Prime. I'm like, I'm good, dude. I'm good with regular like Bumblebee Prime or whatever. And so the thing is, when like I watch The Boys, like the show would get interrupted like 2 or 3 times to like do an ad break, but this show only does pre-roll ads. I don't know. No. What? We already did ads. I think I screwed that up. We did ads so that you wouldn't do ads. The heck, Twitch? I literally did ads so you wouldn't do ads. Silly streamer, Twitch needs money. Right? I tried to like... I can only snooze it, which only snoozes it for 5 minutes. I only get 3 of those. Like... That's not helpful. Well, I guess we're doing ads again. Damn you, like, why can I roll ads if you're just gonna choose when ads happen anyways? Twitch. Well, guys, sorry. For those who aren't subbed or don't have Nitro. Thank you for being here. We're starting a new run. So, there's not much to say at the beginning, you know, we've all seen it. Oh, but it's a short ad break? That's nice. Can you name the wartime classic that's adapted into 1980 film starring Hannah Shigal and Mel Ferrell? No. Wartime classic. The Hunt for Red October. 1980s wartime classic movies. Down Periscope. That's like a 2000s movie. Maybe a late 90s. 80s. I'm not good at 80s war films. Predator. Yeah, that's it. That's it. You're right. Back to the Future 2. The Goonies. I do want to say, I am playing Sunday games, right? And we're doing Death's Door right now. And we played it on yesterday, the day before yesterday. And, like, there's a word for that in funny. In Spanish, there's no, like, good word for that in English, like, the day before yesterday. 1980 film is Lily Marlene. Sure. Never heard of it. Thank you, Frosty. I get... Yeah, so Gooch, yeah, so I did the like I think I did like 20 minutes at a minute. And that was not good. And then I did the 30 at a minute and a half. And that was also bad. And it wasn't like... It was bad because like 30 minutes in stream time, especially when like doing like a 30-minute run or whatever. Like it's like we're doing... Like it kind of lined up, but it always felt slightly off. And they're all bad, to be honest. I mean, honestly, valid. Right? I mean... And it's like, I don't know, pre-rolls are bad. They're all bad. I don't know. You know? Like, there's plenty of people who aren't affiliating now because of ads. You know? And, like, that's a thing that you can do. But then, like, once again, like, no emotes. Like, where's the fun in that? And so, so like an hour at 3 has been pretty nice because like, all right, we only have to do 1. It usually like helps me like, all right, we're gonna do 3 minutes where I can like go get water. I can like go do this thing. Strongly considering canceling affiliate. See, like, it's a thing, right? Because it's like, if you just want to stream, you know, and it's like you don't care about like any of the viewer benefits or anything, like, which really aren't great, you know, they're way better than they were, but at what cost, you know, because you remember the days back when we got 1 emote, you know. But we could argue that's like, is it privacy and how much data they're like mining you for? Is it for just how shitty the whole like Twitch payout thing is doing? Also valid. I mean, I stopped drinking bangs for a similar reason, so. Yeah, I think, like, the hard thing with it all, right, is, like, man, dude, why is this being so hard? Alright, one more reset, one more reset. I feel like we can PB today, I really do. Like, I really think we can. But one, like, we all have to, say that we all have to agree that ethical consumption does not exist in capitalism. And then we need to decide on how many degrees are we willing to be away from it. And then we have to make the agreement where it's like, where are our lines? And like, that's all it is, man. And like, people are gonna argue, and then you just gotta be like, people's lines are different. Because like, that was like the big thing where it's like, I just like, you know, my lines are different than a lot of people's with different things. A lot of stuff is like, you know, a lot of people usually draw like 1 degree away where it's like, all right, I know this thing that I'm actively doing is 100% that money is going into this thing, you know, so they're not doing it. That's where like one of the big things that happened where like I saw this, right, was like the Chick-fil-A thing, or it was like, well, the first year was the Chick-fil-A CEO was like, I'm donating a bunch of money to like conversion camps. And it's like, well, that's pretty fucking bad. But at the end of the day, like, you could like argue, and like people were arguing, well, that's just the CEO and that's like his money. And people are like, well, that's only his money because like he gets that as part of his salary from Chick-fil-A, which was only being funded because we're going there. And it's like, okay, dude, but it's like, right, it's like his salary is not going to change based off if there's 1 billion customers or 900 million customers. You know what I mean? Like, it's just kind of how it is. So then the next year it came out that was like Chick-fil-A was like, oh no, Chick-fil-A, the organization itself, is also donating and then also getting fucking tax write-offs. That was like the insane thing for it, right? So not only are they doing a shitty thing, but because it was like like a non-profit organization that was supporting it, they were getting tax write-offs on it, and then it's like, that's really fucked. So it's like, you're not only doing a really bad thing, you're being rewarded for doing a bad thing, which was like really bad. And then at that point, it's like, there is a chance that your serialized dollar that you're paying to like a minimum wage worker at Chick-fil-A is actually then being processed and moved into an actual like donation to a really shitty place, you know? And so like, this is one of those things where it's like, you are actively, like, the money that you are raising could potentially, you know, you'd have to look at like Amazon and like where it is and like how that money's going, and like maybe make decisions based on that, you know? It's like, I don't know, it's kind of like the crazy thing with like PayPal does some shady ass shit, but it's still like the #1 trusted money handling for all nonprofit organizations. So it's like, if you're supporting like any nonprofit through any type of electronic donation, it's probably gonna be it's probably gonna be handled through PayPal's like charity thing that's like supported by the US government. So it's like, you know, it's hard. You gotta like live off the land, move deep into the Rockies. But the big thing that like I got into arguments with people for was actually supporting the TERF herself. Good old JK Lawling. Because it was like, she was just getting so much money, dude. And like, it was like one thing when she was just like being rude and horrible on Twitter, but then when she was actively like supporting, like majorly supporting financially, I don't know the words order that I'm trying to say, but she was donating, quote unquote, right, and lobbying like a shit ton of people in parliament. Come on, dude, what's up with me in this level? In like the British Parliament to like pass like anti-trans rhetoric and shit. And it's like, at that point, she's not just a crazy lady on the internet. She is actively like passing and like getting legislation passed to literally make trans people's lives worse. And it's like, yeah, I cannot give this woman like $1 of my money, you know? Like, don't. Sorry, game devs of Hogwarts Legacy. Like, I'm never gonna buy your game. I know it's not necessarily your fault, and that you probably are just a millennial who, like, was wrapped up in the identity of Harry Potter, and it was, like, a dream come true to be able to work on, like, a AAA title of a game that you've wanted since you were, like, 10 years old, and your Hogwarts letter didn't arrive. I'm sorry that got ruined. Like, I think that's the shittiest thing. And it was, like, it really... And that's when I made, like, a lot of choices where it was, like, we can no longer, like, just be like, oh... we're just gonna joke and be like, we don't know who wrote these books, you know? And it's like, yeah, you can't really do that now. Now you're, like, being arrogant. You know, you're, like, being... You're not arrogant, but ignorant, you know? And it's like, I don't know if willful bliss is an appropriate response, per se. You know what I mean? Some people it is. I don't know. I'm curious, and, like, if people stop by and they're like, what the fuck has this guy been going off on, you know? Like, oh, I don't want to be here. Sorry. Or for those that enjoy it, welcome. Welcome to the inner enigmas of my mind. Is that this Patrick quote where he's like, my mind is an enigma? I love the whole SpongeBob cast. I was gonna call out, like, the guy who does Patrick, like Tom Kenny and shit, but honestly. Also, like, if you found the snail, good job. But speaking of Adventure Time, oh god. So, conventions, right, are an interesting thing. So, like, GDQ is, like, an interesting convention. Should, like, be a convention, because, like, it is a convention, but it's not. Because, like, it's an online event with a in-person thing. I don't even know what you call it, you know. So it's like, right, the focus is on the online portion, as it should be. That's where all the money comes from, right? Like, the in-person event, I think, is mostly to, like, help fund GDQ itself, you know. Like, you know, and then also, like, kind of, you know, to give the runners stuff to do. Because it used to be part of MagFest. I don't know if you guys knew that. Classic Games Done Quick, the first GDQ in 2010 was, and then, like, I think it was, like, not until, like, 2013 GDQ didn't break off and become its, like, own convention thing. Uh-oh. I think I missed a bolt. No, we're good. We didn't save time, but we're alright. So it used to be, like, you'd have MagFest, which is, like, my favorite, like, convention I've ever been to. It's the Music and Gaming Festival. It's in Maryland. It's in the tri-state area. It's in the, what's that area called? The BWI, right? The Baltimore, Washington, or whatever. The Maryland, Washington, Virginia, tri-state area-ish. There's a word for it. I can't remember right now. I went too high and honestly did weird bounces, so we can't get fish skip again. That's like a lot of fish skip misses. Mid-Atlantic? No, there's like an acronym. It's like VWM or something. It's got some like tri-state area name for it. I can't remember. It's like weird. Oh, come on. I overdid it. I kind of panicked because I messed it up, so then I, like... It saves, like, 2 seconds, like, a second to do the harder strat. We can still PB. Crazy enough. We just, like, can't mess up anymore. If I bring that up? Why was I talking about the Mid-Atlantic? Oh, that was tight. and like not the cool way. Oh yeah, MagFest, right? So then it was like, all right, we're doing like this other thing. Ah. I went the unsafe way trying to save, and I knew I was like behind, and I still tried to cut it. There's still, I'm pretty sure there's still potential, even though we got like that not 10 seconds that we were afraid of losing. There's still 40 seconds to be made up. But yeah, there's that 10 seconds, and then we also have another like 40 starting after 42, which is pretty crazy. And then we have the 5 on exploding lemons, and it's like, but I don't know, something about conventions being weird. Oh yeah, so every convention you have to like figure out why you're going, right? Like, so my first like ever convention was NecoCon in Hampton Roads, Virginia, which is very small. It's like 3,000 people, if that. Oh shit, dude. I ran out of jump juice. That was bad, but I recovered it. You know, we only lost 3 seconds when we could have saved 6, but so that's like a 9-second. It's a 3-second slow on PB, but it's really a 9-second like loss on my heart. So it's like for that, like where was the fun? And it was kind of weird, right? Because that convention was like mostly an anime video game convention. So like the cool thing was like Artist Alley was like the highlight, but like honestly the real highlight was like all the people were doing like smaller cosplays, and like if you had like a good cosplay or like a celebrity. So like I cosplayed for the first time there, and I did my I was Axel from Kingdom Hearts, and I was like a celebrity because I handmade his chakrams. And like I was such a celebrity, like a photographer was like, I heard about you, I've been looking for you for days, like I need to take photos because these are so cool and unique. I've never seen them before. It was like really cool, and so like I got to like nerd out with like Kingdom Hearts fans because like everybody who like wanted to stop with me and take photos. It was like it was like being a celebrity for like 3 days. It was wild. It's like it was like all fun about cosplaying to me and like other fans, right? And then I went to like MagFest, and MagFest was like cool to cosplay, but it was really about like it. So here's like how MagFest was set up when I went. So they had a 2-stage ballroom. So on each side of the ballroom there was a stage, and then all day until like 4 in the morning or 3 in the morning or something, it was just music nonstop. And so they had like live bands during the day, and it was pretty wild during the day. Like it was like I saw Psycho Stick live. They're like a comedy band. The main reason that we had like gone that year was because like Ninja Sex Party was touring with Twerp Tupperware Remix Party. And it was like really cool, and they're like one of the like bigger headliners. But like we saw like a ton of DJs. So it's like as soon as like the sun goes down, it's a rave. And like during the day, the big thing is like there was 3 like gymnasium size like rooms in the basement. And those were the gaming area. And so you had one area that was all like arcade games. So it was every arcade game you can like think of, new ones, crazy ones, things that you've never seen, straight out of Japan. That was all there. And then we're talking huge, right? We're talking like gymnasium sized room, right? And then the second room was like vendors, and then with vendors was also like like new technology and game devs. So it was like half the like Artist Alley in the back, and then the front half was all like video games that were in beta testing, things like that. So this was like pre like Oculus, like it was like the son of a bitch, double sun. I knew I would mess that up. Oh god. It was like the HTC Vive or whatever, and like PS whatever. Like maybe Oculus One was out at that time. Still Oculus, not metagaming, right? And beta tested there was the job sim, which became absolutely a hit after that. Every YouTuber did it. It's got like a really funny humor. I enjoyed it. I actually made my first VR YouTube video on it, but my mic didn't pick up properly, so I ended up never uploading it, and it was pretty fun. And like you're the only human in like a robot world. That's good. And so like you're going into like simulations that like robots created based off of like their understanding of like what like low income job is or whatever. So you're like a bagger at like a grocery, or a clerk at a grocery store, or a car wash, or like something like that, right? So you're just like washing cars, or like a janitor in an office. So you like get all these challenges, just, like check people out, and like you have like, there's really like, you can't just like mess around in the game. There are like quests and like kind of a story, or like you need to do things to unlock it. Oh god. But like that was there, and then the other room, the last room for gaming was how was I off there? Was I ahead or behind? Way behind. Right? Why? Did I get stuck up on that box? Was all LAN parties. So they had, and then there's like some other stuff. There was like some other games that weren't like, no, I think they were all multi-party. So they had like a giant, like Connect where you could do like Dance Central 2 or Dance Central 1, whoever was out at that point. And that was like such multiplayer. They had a 8-person Mario Kart Double Dash LAN setup with a bunch of GameCubes. That's when I found I wasn't as good at GameCube Double Dash as I thought I was. They had like an N64, I think, also with Mario Kart going. They had Guitar Hero set up. They had like a few other. They had that guitar game that was an actual guitar. I don't know if you guys remember that one. Something Smith, Guitar Smith or something like that. That was out there, so that was like really cool. And so like GDQ used to be like, all right, this is just like an event that we host at MagFest, and then like outgrew Mag, right? And so they're like, all right, we're moving to our own thing. But right, and so like other conventions, right? I went to like one of the best conventions that's kind of like a secret is Comic-Con Revolution, which is hosted in Ontario, California, not Ontario, Canada. Ooh, we're not gonna make that because I bonked. Oof, unfortunate. Which is just like, it's technically in the Inland Empire, which for non-natives that's like directly like east of LA, more or less. So you're like in the outer ring of LA, and like the cool thing, and like the reason you go to Comic-Con Ontario is Artist Alley and the panels, and why, and like sure there's like a handful, and then also it's like one of the best because it's a really small, right? It's like Ontario is a super small town. There's like 5,000 people there or some shit. There's more than that, but there's like 5,000 people that go to Comic-Con Revolution only. So it's a very small, maybe it's more. It felt like 5,000. It's a very small convention, but because you're right outside LA, all the artists and everybody who like work in LA, it's like a fun little quick paycheck thing for them, right? So, so they all go down there. So it's like I got to meet, what's his name? Kevin Conroy, the voice of the animated Batman since the 90s before he passed away. I got to meet Chris Claremont, the creator of the X-Men, like the actual creator of the X-Men, like the Uncanny X-Men, like most of your favorite characters like Rogue, and like most of the design choices that like we know. I got to like meet him and talk to him. We got you, like, there was all kinds of people. I got to meet, oh God, what's his name? Neil. He was, at the time, he was the old Teen Titans, illustrator. And then, oh man, I missed that. That's not great. And then he became, the amazing, at that time, he was the Amazing Spider-Man illustrator. And so, and that was like really cool because I had cosplayed as Beast Boy for that. And so him being a prior Teen Titans, he like wanted to take pictures with me, which was really cool because I actually was cosplaying as the new creator, Kimmy Garcia. She's like the current owner, quote unquote, of like the Teen Titans, and I really enjoy it. And she's doing all the writing, and Gabriel Piccolo, he's an amazing artist who's been doing like Teen Titans stuff for years on like all the stuff. So I like took some of his fan art before the new Teen Titans was even released, and ended up actually like being one of the first like new generation Beast Boy like cosplayers, which was like really cool. Honestly, only a minute behind, like we're getting there, you know? We'll do one more run. I think we're gonna do one more run and then call it night. What time is it? Yeah. I'm trying to stay up. I'm using stream to like not fall asleep. To like fight this jet lag. So appreciate you guys hanging out and being here. Lag? Jet lag? Did it blur that out? That's concerning. So, but yeah, so it was like cool because like the whole point of going to that one is to like meet people, right? And then I went to San Diego Comic-Con a couple years in a row. That's like 2 million people or something insane who like go. And it's like, originally I was like, oh, it's like every other con, you know, like I'm gonna cosplay and a bunch of people are gonna see me and want to meet me and it's gonna be cool. Nobody gave a shit about like my mid to low tier cosplay, because like you have like every Instagram cosplay influencer who spent like $10,000 on their cosplay there. You have like Mark Hamill and like IRL Stormtrooper Trump cosplay. You got Adam Savage there and like, you know, hidden in like the perfect like no face cosplay. You know, you have Transformers that are life size walking around, you know, like a guy in a like robotic stilt suit that's like 12 feet tall, like as Optimus Prime walking around. I'm over there, I'm like, I'm Daredevil? And like, yeah, cool beans, dude. And it's like, well, I did like one year I did a mashup of Zuko, as in Zuko from Greece and Zuko from Avatar The Last Airbender. So I wore like Chucks with like hemmed jeans and a leather jacket with like my with like a facial like burn scar. And I thought it was really funny. I thought it was a good mashup. And like one person cared. But the thing that I realized that year, like the main reason to go, and this has been such a long tangent, and I just realized why I started the story, was panels. Because San Diego Comic-Con is not really about comics anymore. It's where every like major show that's semi-nerdy or has a semi-niche community goes and is like, we're gonna make announcements here. It's like where they announced like season 4 like Veronica Mars or some shit, you know? Like I don't think Veronica Mars is a comic or like Comic-Con or comic adjacent personally. Maybe it is. I don't know. You know, it's where like Steven Universe, which now has a comic and stuff, you know, and like sorted it at that point, you know, and Adventure Time that like ended up with a comic but was definitely like a show, you know. Or Brooklyn Nine-Nine made like announcements there. Like that was one of the weird ones. SpongeBob every year, like there. And like the lines to get into the things are insane because they are a first come first serve into the hall. They don't clear it out. So if you want to see a panel at 3, and you should get there at noon to hopefully get in there by 2. Then you're gonna sit through, you know, people sit through like 6 panels they don't give a shit about, and people don't get into the panels that they want to see because somebody's sitting there sitting through a panel that they don't give a shit about because they're waiting for the next one. Like, I really wanted to go to the Steven Universe one, and immediately following the Steven Universe panel was the Veronica Mars panel, and everybody in line with me was like, oh, you know Veronica Mars? I'm like, never heard of it. No idea what it is. And it's like, they were all going and they were all taking up seats during Steven Universe where they like announced the movie, you know? And like, Rebecca like played her like song that she like wrote for the movie for the first time ever. And it was like wild, you know? So it's like, you go to the panels at Comic-Con because they do those announcements and you get those special moments and like a group full of people. But like, it's also semi-tainted because it's like only a third of that group actually cares about like the thing that you're experiencing, you know? There's a chance that the person next to you doesn't give a shit about like what could be like what you think is like one of the biggest events of like our like timeline. So it's like a weird experience. On GDQ, like, you go because like most people that are going are runners, you know? So it's like you go, it's like, is it for networking? Is it for learning? Is it for hanging out? Is it for the event? You know, it's kind of all of it. Which is like interesting. We did like a weird backup strat there, which wasn't like, I think I did like a weird backup strat on PB, because if that's only 0.1, because that should have been like, oh, but we lost 0.6. Never mind, that makes sense. I was like, that should be like almost a second slower. And yeah, because it is. But we're doing all right. So it's like, conventions are a weird thing because like, every single one's different, and you gotta like figure out why you want to go and why you enjoy it. One of the things that was kind of weird during, I think it was MagFest. It was MagFest. There was that one I cosplayed as Axel, and I rebuilt my chakrams because they broke the last day of NecoCon. And this was pre-Szechuan chicken sauce of Rick and Morty. So for those of you that understand the thing that happened after the Szechuan, there's a hard change in how Rick and Morty was perceived, how the fandom acted. And so this was like season 2-ish, season 3-ish. We had just learned about Evil Rick and Evil Morty, so my friend and I at the time went as Evil Rick and Evil Morty, and we ended up, we like built, we had a prop that was a free Morty ticket, which was something that the Council of Ricks had, where like, if you lost your Morty for some reason, they would like kidnap another one from another universe and like give that to you for like free of charge. And it was like mostly in like universes where like Rick's died, so there's like homeless Mortys or whatever. So we made a bunch of those, and then like we went around stealing people's Mortys, and then like giving those tickets out, and then we let them keep the tickets because they had like all of our all of our Instagram info on the back. And that was like a fun, cool little thing. And like we made like a fake Council of Ricks. It was like really big at that time. And it was like a really cool community thing that then became like an absolute shit show that I'd never want to be involved with again. And Justin Roiland's like a sloppy kind of dick. And so it was like, oof. Oh, come on. So it was like, it was like a cool thing at that time. But I ended up going to one of the panels because I was like, oh, let's go to a panel at MagFest. And no, you don't do that at MagFest. You go for music and gaming. And so they do panels because it's like the thing to do. And one of the panels was like some guy that was just like really passionate about Kingdom Hearts was like, we're going to do like a Kingdom Hearts fan meetup, but it wasn't clearly labeled as that. It was like something else. It like had like, I don't remember. It was like, let's talk about Kingdom Hearts 3. And you're like, oh shit. And this is pre-Kingdom Hearts 3. So I was like, oh, is this going to be like, is like FirmSoft gonna be, not FirmSoft, Squaresoft gonna, Square Enix, they haven't been called Squaresoft since like 2001, gonna be here, is like, you know what I mean? So it's like, it was like kind of like a crazy thing, but like I went expecting it to be like a really cool thing, and then it was just like a guy being like, how about this person as this voice actor, and everybody's supposed to like be like, woo! And it's like, are we literally just gonna read the IMDb of Kingdom Hearts and get excited about it? Like, I hope we know. Like, we've been playing these games since like 2002, dude. Like, what are we doing here? So it was like, that was like one of those learning experiences where it's like, oh, you don't go to MagFest for the panels. I don't think we go for Fish Skip. Unfortunately not. But for anybody who hasn't been to convention. And then the other thing with like most things in life, right? It's like, it's whatever you put into it. So it's like, if you go being like, I'm going to meet a bunch of friends or whatever, like join the chats, do the things, you know, if you're going and you're like, I just want some cool art, you know, cool beans. If you're like, oh, I want to go to like all the panels and like learn all the things. That's like one of the things that was really actually like a lot of people had issues. Like TwitchCon 100% in my opinion was just a way to meet up with like people that you like. One was to, like meet new people. I think networking was like the big thing with like TwitchCon, right? You got to like meet some partners and stuff, not like Twitch partners, like you got to meet those, but like Twitch company partners. So you got to like meet people with like stream elements and like build like attachments through there. I actually sat down with one of those guys. I'm like, your program sucks because of this, this, and this. Like, please fix these things. Like, I love your program, and it's what I've been using. And I prefer it over a lot of other things, but like this shit sucks and needs to be fixed. And I'm like, thanks, dude. I just sell shit. And I'm like, well, I have grievances and I don't know who else to tell, and you're wearing a Stream Element shirt, so you get to be the victim of my complaints. They're like, thanks, would you like a pin? And I was like, yes. But it was like a lot of people, other people though, right, didn't go with like the idea of like, I'm gonna, some actually, like some people were like, I say networking, which really was just like meeting people, you know, to meet people. But other people like took networking really personally, and they ended up like ditching their friends because like a partner like learned their name or something, like a Twitch partner, like a company partner, and that was pretty shitty. And so like we ended up becoming friends with people because their like other friends ditched them. We're like, you seem cool. But it was like, that was like a wild thing that happened, you know. And like we had a whole group of people that like literally went because like one guy convinced them that like, oh, we're gonna do a big meetup and we're gonna like share a house and like we should all hang out. And then like he got there and was like, I'm here to like learn and network. So he like, everybody was like, oh, let's go hang out and do this cool thing and like see San Diego and like whatever. And he's like, I'm gonna go to this panel and like you guys can do whatever you want, but like I'm here to like listen, like grow as a streamer. And it was like, oof. So like, I mean, expectations are like the key, are like the reason for disappointment. There's like a quote somewhere in there, right? So TwitchCon was really cool though. It was like really nice. It was during my birthday weekend in 2019, pre-COVID. And it was like in where I was living, so it was like basically, you know, I had to pay for a ticket, and that was it. We got to see Blink 182. I forgot that I saw them in concert. That was neat. Made some like lifetime friends. It's like one of those moments that I think was forever fleeting, you know? I don't know if it'll ever be able to exist. And TwitchCon's been like weird, you know. I guess Twitch has been weird ever since it, like blew up during COVID too. But yeah, they like left San Diego, went to Vegas, got in a bunch of trouble, and then I think they've like then they moved it back to San Jose or San Diego again. Which even like San Diego, they did kind of poorly, to be completely honest, because they didn't like notify the town properly. So like they kind of got, I think like maybe they end up putting flags up like the day of or something. Like Comic-Con, the whole city of San Diego knows happening, and it was like, it's a lot of people that show up for TwitchCon, you know. They like choose these big ass venues for a reason. Alright, focusing. And so it's like every like downtown restaurant got like packed. Appreciate you. Got like packed full. I'm just talking, so hopefully people are enjoying, whoever's hanging out. just like got packed with like hundreds and hundreds of people. And like usually when like restaurants know that like shit's going on at the convention center, they'll like, you know, boost their staff up, you know, and give them like a heads up, like, hey, by the way, customer base is gonna be like 5 times what it normally is. And yeah, they had no idea, so they were thinking that it was just gonna be like a regular like shitty Tuesday in September. And like San Diego doesn't have a lot of tourism in September, because September is like the worst month to be in San Diego, to be honest. It's the hottest month, and there's like bars advertise, and you go to bars if they have AC. Like that's like the general vibe of like Southern California, is that like because it's perfect all year round, that they don't like do, it's like, sure, some apartments have like ACs and they have like heaters, but like at best you're probably getting like a single room system. This is bad shit. Let's not mess it up twice. All right. We're losing the 8 seconds from the double death, and then there's no recovering this, so we have to lose the additional 8 seconds going the slow way, which is going to completely kill the fact that we are totally on a 20-second PB pace. Oh, now it's dead. It actually was going to be okay. And then I risked it for the biscuit. I risked a 2-second time save. And it was a bad call. Well, that was the closest to being PB, you know. Alright, now we wait, because I didn't wait here last time. So normally we finish this in like 11 seconds. So like I said, it's like a 10-second time save. Because we finish it in 21. So, yeah. Unfortunately, I don't think there's any other major time saves in this level. Or in this, because we only have like 6 more levels. I don't think any of them were bad, unfortunately. We'll find out. There's still a chance, not really. But yeah, it should be 8 levels away from the end on a 20-second PB. Like that's really good. And unfortunately, chattering teeth, the hardest trick in the game. It's so late. That's like the hard thing about it too. Oh my god. Dude, I did something dumb actually in my submission video. And I forgot that I did it. And I did it in like one of my videos. And so Onyx was like watching him, just like be ready for the run. And it's just like I space out during this level. I always think that there's like an extra step in here. And it was like during practice she watched me do it. And was like, no, I'm watching the thing I was afraid you were gonna do happen live. And it's like watching like a train like go off its rails and have no control over it. You're just like, I don't know what to do. And it's like, we figured it out, we caught it, it's alright. Maybe we can save some time here, but I still don't think we're gonna save 30 seconds, unfortunately. Iron Teeth really killed this run. 3 deaths, 3 bad deaths. It was actually like 2 okay deaths and 1 really bad death. But there was time that could be saved there. And then I think there is time that could be saved here. But I still don't think that we're going to have 30 seconds. I think we're going to save 6 seconds here is the goal. And then we're going to save... Oof. Oh god. And then we're going to save 3 seconds here. And then we're going to save 2 seconds on the last level. Like I said, 3 seconds. I ended up getting scared during my PB and pulling out on that shortcut already bonked or something. Because that's definitely a time save because of not doing that shortcut. But yeah, it was like wild. We like showed up to places and like, what's going on? Why are there so many people? And I was like, oh, TwitchCon's here. And like, what's that? I'm like, well, Twitch is a site. There people stream mostly video games. And they're like, how many people? And we like Wikipedia, and it was like 100,000 something plus. And they're like, what the fork? We had no idea. It's like, oof. It's probably not a great thing. Imagine you're like, man, just gonna go into work, have like a regular shitty Tuesday where it's like gonna be fine, and then just like being slammed all day. Expectations, man. Once again. Yeah, if I got chattering teeth, dude, because we've like shaved another 10 seconds on like this other half, right? Because we were at 28 and now we're at 16, so that's 12 seconds. So we would have been 40 seconds ahead, yeah. Oh god, now I'm messing it up. I'm just messing up. I'm messing up because I'm thinking about it. I know we're not going to PB, so I'm just like messing up. We're so close. We were so close. Do we do one more? We only got 16 minutes to the next ad. And it's 9:44. I should get ready for bed. It's very hot. We were so close. I want one. How busy is work, Delia? What time do you think you're getting off? One more? Okay. It's fast. Probably 9 p.m. Oh my goodness. That's a late day, dude. Okay. Okay. I'll do one more and then we can hang out. If that works for you. I'm not going to be able to postpone ads because the whole game freezes now, because that's the other thing. So, I don't know if it was like KO by himself. But basically, he was like, and guess what? When you click out of the game now, it pauses. I'm like, that sounds like a bad thing, dude. Like, because I want to, like, fuck with stream and, like, still be able to have, like, global inputs into the game. And you've completely taken that away. So now it's like I can't do stream stuff or anything else while speedrunning. Because it's like now I have to be clicked into the game full time. Otherwise, the game stops. So it's like, in those preloads, when I could, like, do stuff, I can't do anything now. As we saw earlier. And it's like, why when I click off, the sound stops. So I asked a suggestion where he's like, I get, like, maybe somebody wants this, but, like, I really don't want this. So if you can, like, remove this, or, like, not remove it, but provide an option for players to be able to turn it off, on and off. Because, like, Super Nintendo, like, the emulator I use, that has that option where you can, like, have it when it's, like, paused when inactive. And it's like, that's not what I want for this game. It's actually not what I want for anything when I'm streaming. Because it's like, because it's like, right, there's so much that you have to do while streaming where it's like, oh, let me like ban this Twitch message or do whatever, or send this thing or respond or click on this or check this like box real quick. And now it's like, if I can't do that in those like couple of seconds I have between levels or during cutscenes or whatever that I can do one-handed, it's like, or just in general where it's like, you know, where it's like, let me do this other stuff while the game's on so we can have game music. And now it's like, well, now the game music stops. Now I have to like find own music, you know, which is like, all right, let's stop one, now do that just so I can do this short thing. So it's like, so game devs out there, it's cool if you want to have it, but please provide it as an option. The biggest thing, like, when it comes to streaming is like, we need a lot of control, honestly, of like audio and video options when possible. Because it gives us flexibility in our layout and what we're able to do while playing your game, which will encourage it to get streamed, which encourages other people to see it and play it, stuff like that. So that's my 2-cent advice to you. Dude, that's crazy that your manager said that. Can they do that? For me, it's like my boss could tell me she like come in, that'd be the end of it. That's like the expectation. There's like a whole thing that like, uh, dude, you always have some guy on like Reddit who'll be like, and like, there are like choices and problems with like government like salary and stuff, but like people will be like, giant soldiers that are deployed to Afghanistan only get paid 12 cents an hour, and it's like, I guess like technically, you know, because they're like, well, they're there 24/7 and they're an E3, so that means that you take their E3 salary, which like you take their base pay, which is like $1,900 a month, you know, they're looking at like maybe $24,000 before taxes and base pay, right? Like maybe, and then you divide that, right? And then you divide that by 365, and then you divide that by 24, right? And then that's your hourly wage. It's gonna be real low, right? If you count every minute of it. I'm like, I guess, you know, like, but yeah, that's always like the thing. People are like, you're a sailor, a soldier, an airman, a guardian, 24/7. So therefore your paycheck. It's like, I don't think that's ever fair to like compare and like put salary into an hourly. I forgot what I was doing. We'll go safety. You know what I mean? Like, the expectations are different. So it's like, salary is always going to seem like shit, I feel like, if you put it. Well, not always, actually, that's not true. Any salary that's going to be like under, it's going to be equivalent or close to hourly is probably going to be worse. But then it's like, what benefits, what's like upward trajectory, you know? All those buzzwords that capitalism tells us that we need to have so we can work harder for less. Yeah, there's pros and cons. Yeah, right? That's pissed because this is his fault. That tracks. Not surprised. Probably shouldn't read chat while in the middle of a level, but, you know. Alright. That's on me. Unless there's home drama going on, I feel like I don't have time to get... Yeah, that's fair. We'll hang out for a bit after this. What the fudge in God's green earth was that? Alright, one more. We've messed this up. Hold on, let's do a quick... Take a quick sip of water. Oh. Here, we can do a 1 minute ad real quick. Just so that there's not ads and pre-rolls happening during this next one. Let's see what Frosty Tool says. Let's observe chat in its natural habitat. In the wilds of Chatlandia, a creature known as Westadelia emerges, displaying signs of stress due to overwork in their natural habitat. The Pied Piper's ecosystem witnesses a struggle between duty and personal life, with Delia caught in the crossfire of managerial expectations and home drama. Will they find balance or be swept away by the current? Stay tuned. Thanks, Frosty. That is the question. I gotta figure out my questions for tomorrow, speaking of that. Alright. 10. We'll do a countdown with this. Alright, delete this. Alright, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go! Alright. 7. No, not that again. I was really confused. We had one moment where it's like, all right, everybody count down from 5. And like they said 5 and everybody went 4. And then I was like 5, and then like the couch was like adjusted for like the louder people in the audience, because like, right, it kind of makes sense. Like people, there was a mixed thing where like they would either announce like, hey everybody, let's count down from 5, and then they go 5. And then there was other times where like, all right, let's count down from 5, 4, and like there was no quorum on which one people were gonna do. So it got if you asked him more as a question of like, hey crowd, can you give me a countdown at 3? Like something, maybe, I don't know. Or you'd be like, hey, starting at 3, can I get... That's how you do it. You gotta start with the number. And then everybody does it right. Because, like, they're not gonna interrupt the middle of your sentence. You know? But when you put it at the end, it, like, confused the shit out of everybody. So I don't know what game it was, but you might be able to hear me in the audience being like, 4, when everybody else says 3. And then I'm like, what the fuck? It was confusing. Yeah, find whatever VOD the couch starts saying 5 and then randomly just says, like, skips a number. Because it's 100% because the crowd bullied him. I think, yeah, we were, because you also were like, what the heck? And then Wept was like, yeah, you're dumb. I'm like, what? No? What, like, what we did made sense. If you say, like, give me a countdown at 5, we're gonna give you a countdown starting at 5. I'm not gonna start at 4 when you said give me a countdown starting at 5. Like, what? What? You know what I mean? We're not playing this game in 5 weeks. We've put another 4 hours on this game that takes me 20 minutes to beat today. So, you know what? It's gotten its money worth. And it's like, what, 12 bucks or something? Like, just go buy it on Steam, guys. Go buy it on Switch. I don't know what just happened there with the screen, but yeah, that was wild. Got a one-hand speed run. You're not a real pro unless you can do that. I was definitely like watching my VOD and I'm like, God, dude, with like how fast I'm talking. Oh God. Shit. One more. Can't die on this shit. I knew it was bad too. I was spacing out. But it's like, right, I don't... No, well, that's fine. Fuck it. We'll do an insane run. Let's not die 7 times. This will be a PB if we don't die. If we survive the insane, it's fine. Honestly felt like water rushing along. Like, what I was talking about, like, yeah, that's valid. But, like, it honestly was like, I was just, like, talking like this and going on my own thing and, like, going about it. And, like, it started and you were in motion the whole time. 100%, dude. Like, it was kind of wild. Wow, I didn't hold right at the beginning, so we're already like a second behind. That's fine. That's fine. It's not, but, you know, we're not going for that fine. We're trying to shave 40 seconds off, so I'm not going to worry about this half a second. This 3/4 of a second. But, there's, like, times I was watching, like, it's honestly unbelievable that I'm actively playing a video game. Because, like, you can't, like, really see the controller at all. And then randomly, I'm just, like, my hand's up here. And, like, you see the gameplay going. But, like, I don't know. It was almost, like, it was a weirdly disconnected. The only times that you were like, oh, he's actually playing was, like, that one level where I died 3 times. And it's like, all right, my brain's got to, like, go into factory reset for 10 seconds, you know? But, like, honestly, like... I don't know, it was like a weird thing to like witness. Like, or like, I don't know. It's like weird to see the perception that could be had. I think it's a good thing, you know? I think it was like that same thing that we were having with like 2P1C, right? Of like Breath of the Wild, where it's like, you kind of forget like that somebody's playing the game, you know? Like a human being who has a whole life and a family and like life experience and a story. Like, they are actively beating a video game, and there's two of them holding like one. I did the ad thing again, expecting it not to do the thing that it did earlier, and it didn't fucking matter. I just remembered, like, it doesn't give a shit. It doesn't give a shit that I played an ad. I did it for no reason. Like, it's just gonna do an ad again. I was like, let's play one now. Like, that was the whole point, but I just don't care. Maybe I don't have it set up right. Maybe I need to do that. I think I should fix that. I gotta look into it. Where it's like I have complete control over ads. Because I thought that this was the setting where I had complete control over ads. But I definitely don't feel in control today. Maybe the setting changed. Who knows? I'm curious if the affiliate contract did change to allow restreaming. And like, why? Like, what pushed Twitch to finally be like, it's fine, we don't care. Have our content multiple places. It's a full 2-minute ad break. Wild. Oh god. Okay. What Antarctica wonder features a strikingly red cascade, baffling science with the series find? I have no idea. The Southern Lights. That's my guess. I guess by doing the 1-minute break earlier, where you're not doing a 3-minute break now. I don't know. Pre-rolls might not be the worst thing in the world. Alright. Let's not mess this level up. Even if we do, we'll still finish because we can still PB. Because we'll lose like almost 10 seconds if we mess this up. But then we can save 30, 40 seconds later. Oh, that was scary. It wasn't the fastest way, but it was the second fastest way. Because what we did earlier was, quote unquote, the third fastest way, which that way you probably shouldn't even call it the fastest way. Okay, that was really good. We have been taking that a little bit higher, which is technically like slightly slower, but honestly not the worst thing in the world. Nice. Blood Falls. That sounds terrifying. Ooh, that was closer than I'd want it to be. Alright, second try. I was like, we were really low that first one, which thought I was gonna like really take me off on timing there, but ended up not being too bad. That's still like a second that I can save there though. That's worth practicing at some point. Got like gamer focus going on, but the second I bring it up, it like messes me up. I brought it up, so it's like I become overly aware that I'm not paying attention to the rest of the world, then I become more unfocused than I've ever become in my life. Like there's a happy level of focus you need to be. That was the slow way. Not the good RNG. Good RNG sends us up high enough where we don't have to lower, which then saves like half a second. I really do think it's RNG. because the dev hasn't been able to get back to me on how it is. Nobody in the speedrun community can tell me how to make it consistent. And I've like spent 20-30 minutes in that room just like dashing and shit different ways and no difference. Nope, I did not kill that one. Okay. What's up, dude? Welcome. Appreciate it. Enjoy your lurk. I think I missed a bolt. So we're gonna lose 4 seconds here. Yep, I missed one. Okay. 4 potential seconds. About 2 real seconds. Ooh, that was tight. Not in the cool way once again. No, come on, dude. I thought I had another jump for some reason. We might be able to hit fish skip. No, it's gonna be too risky. That was a weird death, I'm not gonna lie. But we can make it up. It was a really good dash reset. Oh, that was really good. I didn't bonk there, yeah. I usually bonk there kind of on like a grace of God thing, to be honest. Because like if those hitboxes were probably where they should be for those blades, I probably like... They're exactly where they are drawn to be, but they're not necessarily where they're intended to be, if that makes sense. That was super clean. Oh, man. This is our last run of the night. We've been trying to go for PBs. We're gonna go safe here just because the other way saves like maybe half a second and it's just not worth it right now. I'm just not super confident with it is like the bigger thing. Like it's not super hard to hit, but I'm just like, I don't have the confidence to hit it I want for it, you know? No, God, we missed that skip. That sucks. I know it's like, it feels free because we hit it so often, but it really is like a 1 pixel trick. Oh my God, we recovered that. I think that was legit controller lag. Oh my God, I almost killed myself. I like got lucky and then almost made it unlucky. No, not again. Once again, that like 3-second time loss, that could have been a 6-second time save. But instead of going for safety strat there, I keep going for the quickest save. Which, honestly, the fact that I recover it and then we don't lose 12 seconds there isn't the worst thing in the world. That was hella lucky. Like, ZX just lost his nose that he doesn't have. Because we sniffed that death. We were up on that electric beam like nobody's business. I don't think that's the worst actually, because we would have gone over the button anyways. Okay, that's really good. Goal should be like sub 29, I think is our goal always on this one. Like sub 30. I wasn't paying attention to his life bar. I thought that was his last hit. Something was off. There was like a 22-second time loss. It's gonna be, oh, with us already 15 seconds behind, that was massive. I got greedy. Yeah, because usually we ditch here, and then, yeah, see how he died that time? And just able to dash over? I don't know why that didn't happen. I don't know, like, where I was off. Yeah, 30-second time loss there. Yeah, because it was like we were almost done with the level. And then, there's no way to do it quicker. Ugh. This could have been it. There's still 40 seconds that can be saved. But, we need, like, at least 46 seconds to be saved. So. Maybe if I do the destruction level perfectly will be good. Maybe. Like, it's gonna be tight. The funny thing is, I found a way to go faster in the bottom area, but it messes up all of that timing for that section and ends up being slower. So it's like, just because one section's faster because of how like cycles work in this, it doesn't mean that's necessarily faster for the level, because it makes like less consistent strategies, which is what we talk about with like why it's really important to get like certain skips, because they make other things more precise. This is gonna be our first. This is gonna be 20 seconds, so we'll go down to like 26, 28 if I do this right. And then from here, we're gonna make like a bunch of 6-second saves. It's gonna be close. We might make like a minimal PB, which is unfortunate. It's not what we want. So, but honestly, I can't say that's not what we want. A PB is what we want. And beggars can't be choosers. So, and we're not gonna go for any of the extra lives. We're just gonna trust that we're not gonna die 4 more times. And mind you, like during GDQ, we actually died 16 times, but we did donate for it. I promise. I let Evray know that was actually 16, because we thought we lost 1 in post, and then in actual post count we lost 2, and it's very evident where we lost them, because I was like commentating while dying and just was like, you know what, don't pay attention to that death, like let's get some hype. So everybody's like hyping up. That's good. No, what, dude? That's not good. This run might just kill itself. This run might kill itself. Alright, it wants to kind of stay alive. And we're back to 40 seconds behind. Ugh. Come on, Chattering Teeth. I can't believe that. I know it's the hardest trick. I know it's like one of the most important tricks. You can't skip at this level of play. If you're gonna be sub 20, you need Chattering Teeth. I'm gonna be honest. So it's like, if we're trying to go sub 19, there's no way that we can skip a 9-second time save. So it's like, it's 100% worth it. But it's yeah, I wasn't having that many issues with it. My teeth are chattering. Is it that cold? So that's like 20 degrees in North Carolina. That's like wild. It was really warm today, actually. It was like, I think it was like high 60s. So I like put on my jacket. I was like, I don't need this after how cold it's been. Because it was like in the double digits here. It was weird. That's the only one that's like free. So I'll go for it just to be safe. This room is always the time from outside no matter what. Yeah, it's kind of my bedroom too. Because of the big window that's single pane. At least I know why. Alright, we're gonna save 6 seconds here. No, we're not. We're gonna die to swag. Ah, and that killed the run. I killed the run because I did an insane. I was like, we won't die more than 7 times. We died 8. 9. 8. 9. That's alright. That's alright. We tried. We tried. Oh god, more counting. I know, right? Not our strength. Not our strength at all. Let me edit this speech bubble everywhere. Because I like it. I think it looks good. I changed... There's a different... Oh, I know how to do this smarter. I know how to do this smarter. Hold on, let me actually do this smarter. So instead of doing the speech bubble, which I do like, we're gonna live do some stream edits real quick. So instead, we're going to add a new